going through and I was telling him what I'm doing. He looked at me, Russell looked at me, kind of giggled a little bit and said, you know what you need to do? You need to make it self-liquidating. I was like, what? What do you mean self-liquidating? I don't know what I've been paying for this stuff for day one. Self-liquidating, what's that? It's like, yeah, you just offer this, tiny little order bump, $5, $2, whatever it is, and you're only trying to cover the cost of getting the eyeballs on your lead gen. And I was like, what? You can do that? I had no idea. I have literally been building my list for 2 years now. Based on that, it hasn't cost me anything. But in here, you can do it easily, and you can do it quickly. And it doesn't even have to be your stuff. So this is just an opt-in, a free thing with a $1.97 bump, and all I'm doing is generating leads, generating people for my email list. That's all I'm doing. All right, so I think it was 6 years ago, I paid $13,000 to get certified with Tony Robbins, only so I could borrow his authority. That's all I was trying to do, borrow his authority. So I could then do a 6 human needs test. I think I grew my list. The first 25 to 30,000 people was through this lead gen, through this authority borrowing that I did that I paid $13,000 for. You don't have to pay any of that. You just go partner up and do this organically. You don't have to do that. But here is where the power really comes in with Offerlab. And Russell went into this a little bit, so I'll go into it a little bit less, but building collaborative funnels, building collaborative products, that is really where the power of this comes in. In this offer right here, for instance, I have my Think and Grow Rich workshop, and there's 3 things in this funnel. My Think and Grow Rich workshop, a little order bump, and then a secondary sale. 3 different people, 1 order. They come into my funnel, buy the Think and Grow Rich workshop, and it bumps and says, hey, I know you're good on personal development. That's why you're here. You're doing this for personal development. You might want to get your kids involved a little bit. Now's a good time to start doing some personal development with your kids. Hey, here's a book from Ryan LeBarnway. Right? He's a partner of mine. We collab. Order bump. So now the person buying personal development says, yeah, my kid probably needs that too. It'd be good to get them involved. And then they go a step further and say, well, you know what? Since you like Think and Grow Rich, you're going to absolutely love How to Get Anything You Want. Another book thank you for bringing that in, another book on there. So what I've done is I've created literally 3 different people, 1 offer, and the great thing is when anybody buys it, I automatically get my money. Ryan automatically gets his money. Russell automatically gets his money. I don't have to mess with any of that crap. It's done, right? It's that easy. I mean, I want you to think about this. As of last night, I went back into the Offerlab stuff, and I have, I think, around 700 people that can promote my stuff. The people I brought in, and then I think of 200 or 300 people who have asked, say, can I promote your stuff? So just think about this. $100 offer, if let's say 500 people purchased, or 500 people, affiliates, sold 2 of those. So let me ask you something. If you had a really good offer and you introduced it to your audience, do you think you could sell 2 things to your audience? Your community, the people? It's not, right? If you did that, that's $100,000. Just if the people that are already asking me, can I use your stuff in my offers? $100,000. If I did a 60-40 split, that's $60,000, right? And here's the thing, 0 ad spend. This is exactly what Russell's talking about. This is how we stop Zuckerberg's buying his yachts for him. This would cost me a lot of money to get that many eyeballs onto this offer for them to purchase it. This doesn't cost us anything. This is the power that we have as a community. 1 is too small of a number to make an impact. If we're together, we can do this. It doesn't take a lot, and it's so easy. All right, so now's the next step, and this is so easy. Next step is you've got your offer, now you're ready to launch it, right? This is the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. You click a button. I literally clicked a button and it's published. That's it. I need to take away that button and just put an easy button up there. Just replace it with an easy button. Boom, it's done. You just promote that link to your people. That's all you do. It's that simple. Easiest thing you'll ever do in your life. All right. Oh, I'm getting low. Okay. So, and again, when anybody buys, everyone gets paid automatically. You don't have to do anything. It's done for you. And then alignment. This is the next thing. So, and then we're getting into a little bit more advanced stuff. But the alignment thing, your job as a creator, if you have an offer out there, for me, your job is to make it as easy as possible for your affiliates to promote you. Make it easy. Like when you came into Offerlab as an affiliate, you got swipe files, you got swipe files, you got everything that you needed to promote it, right? They made it easy to promote. Do the same thing. Make it easy for them to say yes. Make it easy for them to send out emails. If you want them to create the emails, create the graphics, the likelihood is less that they're going to help you and they're going to promote you. So do this for them. Make it easy. If you do it as a launch, like what Russell did here, give them times. Monday you send this, Tuesday you send this. But regardless, your job is to make it as easy for them to promote you as possible. Let them burn 0 calories. Then boost. This is an ever-living thing. You never just one and done. This isn't one of those rotisserie chicken, one and done, set it and forget it. You constantly go back and look at things. So here's some of the things that you can do to constantly boost your funnels. You have surgical chains that you can go and you can do for order bumps. What order they're in, what stack order, what bumps you do, any bonuses that you have. You always constantly, and Russell talks about this in his secret books. This is an art form of selling. Change it here, order bump here, change that out. I want to go an upsell here, a downsell here. This is where you can start to make adjustments and make boosts to make your offers perform better over time. Next thing is scale. So scale, always, here's the thing, ABT, always be testing. Everything I'm doing is always testing, never just one and done. Your copy, your things that work, keep them. Things that can be changed, change them. Kill things that aren't working. Always let it grow and always be testing and always be changing. And then here's the biggest thing, build your alliance. Building my alliance is what saved me from the ups and downs. When I was a solo person doing only my own thing, I would have a launch. And then I didn't. I would have a launch, and then I didn't. By creating these alliances, we can now promote each other's things. I get monthly revenue every month, not because I'm launching something every month. It's because I have my alliance in place, my syndicate in place, that when I'm launching, they're promoting. When they're launching, I'm promoting. When they're launching, I'm promoting. So every single month, I have reoccurring revenue, and it's because I'm building an alliance, and that is what you do on Offerlab. You can build these alliances. It is just, I'm new at this, but it's so popular, or so easy to do this in here. So create your waves. Create your next waves within Offerlab. Create your next promotions. Get these things in alignment. Again, build your alliances so you can do this consistently. And you have 2 choices. Like I did at the beginning, build it by myself, completely solo, slow, painful, expensive, or you can collab with other people on Offerlab. It is so simple. Borrow from their authority, collaborate with them, and together, everybody wins. We all win in this platform. We all win in this platform. So given that, is there any reason, as Russell said, do you not like money? Is there any reason that you wouldn't publish your first collab by the end of this event? No, unless you hate money. Do it. Something for free up there. Just start promoting. Start getting that out there. And that is it. So thank you. I hope you guys got something from this.
Let's give it up for Sean Osborne. on. Thank you. Way to go, brother. Great job. Great job. Keep it going. Oh, I love that. Partner up, right? Make sure you're going to the link right there on your screen. What are you waiting for? Right there, the link is right there. Make sure you're going. You know what's so crazy? Like, I love this. Like, that's like the throwbacks. I love this throwback stuff to like the how you doing, right? And the what's up? Like, they should bring that back. That stuff's amazing, right? How powerful is that, using other people's authority? That's the power of Offerlab too. And understand this. Look what Sean and these other speakers do, right? They are literally borrowing Russell's authority right here on stage. Somebody gives them a microphone and you all at home go, oh, okay. He knows what he's talking about because Russell gave the microphone. If your offer is on Offerlab, you automatically are borrowing that same authority. Now, I just realized something. It was so cool. I was watching these comments come through. By the way, keep these nuggets coming through. Keep these comments coming through. I saw somebody that wrote this. They said, I can't wait to put my offer on the lab. I was like, oh, that's cool, the lab. Anyways, but what I realized about this was, hold on a second. Sean's up here talking about co-labs. That's the entire idea of Offerlab. It's just amazing. Like, Russell's just a genius. And like, all of us are just like catching up, like, oh my gosh. And I just had that aha moment for me. That was a nugget for me. I'm like, oh my gosh, the lab, co-lab in Offerlab. That was pretty awesome. All right, you guys ready? We're gonna keep this party going. You guys know Alanis Morissette? Anybody know Alanis Morissette? Okay, she's got this song. It's called One Hand in My Pocket. Have you heard this? What's the other one doing? It's slapping a high five. And one that I like is holding a peace sign. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do our best Alanis Morissette, one hand in our pocket, the other one holding a peace sign. Except for here, you in the live studio audience, you're gonna stand up and go absolutely crazy, okay? So this is for Sarah Thompson. Sarah Thompson traded her scrubs for sales funnels and built a thriving online business from scratch. And before you give a mouse a cookie, she'll share a fun cookie-filled framework for making sure your audience is actually ready and hungry before you serve up an offer. Let's give our best Alanis Morissette and welcome Sarah Thompson to the Offerlab stage.
The lab. I mean, that's really good. The lab. I love it. I love it. I forgot that I wrote up that intro. I was going to surprise y'all with what my talk was about. So let's get going here. I actually came up with the best analogy ever about making offers, because I'm going to switch up what my talk is about, because my talk today is going to be about when you give a mouse a cookie. Nobody has ever heard anybody talk about that, right? It's a brand new, cutting edge, never before heard of analogy about how to make a great offer, right? Yeah, I'm just kidding. I know. Russell did it. I heard McCall Jones present it at Funnel Hacking Live. Just kidding, y'all, okay? Just kidding. For those of you who don't know the analogy about when you give a mouse a cookie, it goes something like this. When you give a mouse a cookie, what's gonna happen next? They're gonna want a glass of milk, and then they're gonna want a straw, and then they're gonna make a napkin, they're gonna want a napkin, so on and so forth. This is about how you create a great offer, right? Because you wanna keep giving your audience what they need. But y'all, blindly handing out cookies is just reckless. It's reckless behavior. You can't just go around handing everybody a cookie, right? So we're gonna talk about the pre-offer process before you give a mouse a cookie. I mean, what if they have a gluten intolerance? Or what if they don't even, which I don't know who wouldn't like a cookie, but I'm just saying, let's talk about what we're gonna do before you make an offer, okay? Because making offers, it's not just about making money. It's actually about helping people. I know a lot of people think entrepreneurs just want to make money, but really all of us here, all of us in this room, all of us watching, we truly want to help people change their lives the same way our lives have been changed. So before you jump straight into making an offer, you need to make sure you've got the right person and the timing is right. Because if you go into that way too fast, you could really ruin your best offer and even your trust with your audience before they even see you. That can all happen in one wrong move. Sorry about that. So let's talk real quick about the ingredients of a great offer, all right? You need to have an outcome and a promise. That's like the flavor. What kind of cookie do they want? You also need to have bonuses with it, right? Because what makes a chocolate chip cookie even better? More chocolate chip cookies, right? Urgency and scarcity. This is like the timer on the oven. This is not gonna be around forever. And then you need to give them a guarantee, the napkin that keeps it clean, all right? So before you give a mouse a cookie, you need to know three things. The first thing, is it even a mouse? Right? Like, do you have the right audience for this offer? Second, you need to know, is the mouse hungry right now? Which that's kind of a silly question, but is it the right time to make an offer? And you need to know, does the mouse like cookies? Does your audience even want this type of offer? So let's start with number one, okay? Do you have the right audience? And I'm gonna tell you about a great offer I put together one time, y'all. And to back up just a little bit, I discovered passive income and affiliate marketing in 2021, and I really had no idea about passive income. And so I might be the only person on the planet who didn't know that was a real thing. But when I discovered it, I could not wait to tell the masses about passive income. Okay, I could not wait. I started making content on TikTok and it was hot. And I built this great audience of people who were just like me, who had been told, you know, go to college, get a good job, work harder, get 20-cent raises and pizza parties. Whoa, that's supposed to be awesome, right? No, that sucks. So you can learn how to make passive income. And I could not wait to tell people about it. I was so pumped. So I built this great audience. Fast forward to 2023, I was able to quit my job in healthcare. Woo! Everybody in the room just say, woo! Right? Oh, I will never work for somebody else again in my whole life. I love working for myself. Anyways, in 2023, when I quit my job, I had more time to learn about being an entrepreneur. And I started learning about mindset and affirmations and focus and belief shifts and stuff like that. And I was loving it. Or I was just absorbing all this information. I love to learn. And so I was like, everybody needs to know this stuff. Everybody needs to know about it. So I spent all this time making this great offer. It's called Affirm Your Abundance. And I thought my audience was going to love it. But remember, my audience was full of people who just wanted to learn about passive income. They just wanted to learn how to make money because they were still working full-time jobs and needed to make extra money. So I had a great offer that I loved. I could talk about affirmations all day. Y'all hit me up if you want to talk about it. I love it. I had a great offer, but I had the wrong audience. So my results were kind of disappointing. I mean, I made sales, but not great. So before you make an offer, you need to make sure that it's for the correct audience. Everybody say, mouse, if you get that. Do you want to make sure you got a mouse? Mouse, thank you. Right, okay. Now let's move on to, is the mouse hungry? Is it the right time to make an offer? I remember one time I was scrolling on Facebook in my ordinary little world, and I came across somebody who was doing a free webinar. And I was driving my daughter to a softball tournament, which I do often, so I spend a lot of my time. And I thought, yeah, I'm going to be driving, so I'm going to listen to this webinar while I drive, which is totally safe. Totally safe. I was not interacting, I promise. Okay, so I'd never seen this person before in this webinar they were doing. Total stranger on the internet to me. And they were great. But at the end of this hour-long webinar, they were like, if you want more, if you want this, here's a $10,000 offer. So I went from meeting them an hour before to them asking for $10,000. Now, there might have been some people who bought that. But for me, I was like, it's a really big cookie. Like, I just met you. Like, I'm not that hungry right now for that offer, okay? So I felt overwhelmed. I was a little bit fearful that I couldn't get the result they were offering me because I wasn't ready to give them $10,000. I just met them, right? And I felt a little bit suffocated. I was like, oh my gosh, this is a lot of information. I'm not ready for this. I was not hungry for that offer. That doesn't mean it was a bad offer. It just meant I wasn't hungry for it at the right time. So give bite-sized offers first before you go in for the whole cookie. Everybody understand? Say bite-size real quick if you understand. Yeah. Is the mouse hungry? Right, good. All right. And also, readiness isn't just about timing. It's also about belief. So you need your audience to believe three things. Number one, they have to believe it's going to work for them. Number two, that you are the person to help them, either you if you created the offer or the affiliate. And three, whoops, I hid one. Ooh. Three is that it will actually work for them and they have trust in you that you are the person to help them. And this takes time. Now, the third thing is, does the mouse even like cookies? Again, who doesn't? Does anybody not like a cookie? That's about like saying, do you not like money? Maybe some people don't like cookies. I love cookies. But you need to know if your audience is going to like the type of offer that you're going to present to them. So you need to know that it's right for them. I put together another offer, and this one was a better offer, I'll say that. And whenever you create something, you're creating it thinking, everybody's gonna love this. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be a great offer. Raving fans are gonna be, I'm gonna run out of like time to even fulfill these offers for everybody. But that's not true, and I know because I've made a couple offers that didn't go so great. So I created an offer on social media growth. People were asking me about, how do you grow on social media? What do you do? Blah, blah, blah. So I decided to monetize it. And here again, people needed it. People were asking for it. It was a good offer. And I put it out to my whole entire email list. It's called the Social Media Growth Course. And my sales were okay, but some people never even clicked on the offer. Why? Because they weren't ready to grow on social media yet. I teach people affiliate marketing. So before you're ready to even post on social media, you need a few things. You need to have an affiliate offer. You need to build a funnel. You need all those things. And so it was a good offer, but some of the audience, they weren't ready for it, okay? So you need to recognize that past buying behaviors is going to predict what they're going to like in the future. Now, when all three of these things line up, okay, whenever you know you've got a mouse, say mouse. Thank you. And you know they're hungry, say hungry. Which is me most of the time. And that they like cookies, say cookies. Right, awesome, y'all are so good. Your offer feels like a natural yes to your audience. Because your offer is not just a product. It is something that you baked, okay? Something very, very special. And when you know who your audience is and that they're hungry for it and that they're ready for it, you're not gonna have to convince them to take it. It's gonna be something that they're gonna be excited that you made just for them. I want you to remember these things about offers too, because I just got done admitting to you all, standing on this stage, that I've made offers that have completely flopped. Is there any entrepreneur in here that's made an offer that totally flopped? Okay, so for all of you watching who are completely new, I want y'all to give yourself a little bit of grace and understand that you're gonna have offers that don't do great. So remember these things, all right? There is no such thing as a perfect offer. Not everyone is going to love your offers, and that's okay. And I'm just going to quote Megan Maroney right here. She has a song. It says, I love me. That's the name of it. And she says, I'm not for everyone, so if I'm not for you, I love me, and you don't have to. It's okay. Not everybody's going to love your offers. You want to choose the right offer for the right audience, and you want to present it with style and grace and focus on them and not you, all right? Them and not you. And when they buy, celebrate, right? Everybody loves to make a sale. Y'all say, celebrate. Woo! Celebrate. Yes, we all love when people buy our offers. That's awesome. It's the best feeling ever. And when they don't, consider that feedback, not failure. That's really hard to grasp sometimes. If I had quit making offers whenever I failed, I wouldn't be on this stage right now. You have to test things, all right? It's feedback, not failure. Because offers are like cookies. The good ones get eaten. The bad ones get ignored. And you should never stop at just one batch. Because sometimes the cookie crumbles, but you can always make more dough. Thank you, guys. That's it.
Up for Sarah Thompson. Great job. Fantastic. All right, keep it going, keep it going. Right here is the link. Make sure you're going to the link to sign up and get your offers on there. Or if you don't have an offer, what can you do? You can always promote somebody else's offer. I love the whole if you give a mouse a cookie thing. Literally, if you just have one offer, there are so many other things. If you give a mouse a cookie, they're going on a glass of milk, then they're going on a napkin. Pretty soon they own your own entire house, right? But this is a place where you can go and find all the other offers to make sure this is a full, complete offer. Whether you have that stuff in the chamber ready to go or not, you can always find it on Offerlab. All right, well, let's keep this thing going. All right, you guys know the movie The Matrix? All right, Neo, what does he do? At the end, he realizes that he's the one, and they start shooting at him. He leans back, he starts dodging all of these bullets. Well, that's what you're going to do when I bring up the next guest. Does that sound good? But in here, you're going to do what? You're going to go absolutely crazy. But you at home, I can see you. I can see some of you slouching down. I want you to stand up for this one. And you're just going to lean back and dodge all of them, all right? I thought somebody was already doing it, but they're putting on their jacket. Jay's putting on her jacket right here. Joy actually is putting on her jacket. I thought she was already dodging the bullets. Okay, here we go. This is for Sahil Segal. He's a techie turned marketer. Sahil Segal built his first $10,000 month by selling a $100 offer. $100 offer, starting with zero audience. From fixing tech to building million-dollar ecosystems, he now helps freelancers and coaches go from hustle mode to real freedom-based businesses, one simple offer at a time. Do your best, Matrix Neo, and welcome to the stage, Sahil Segal. Let's go, brother.
How you doing, man?
Here you go. What's that?
Awesome. How's everyone doing? Fantastic? Everyone loving it so far? Yes? All right. So today I'm going to be talking about some of the things which I went through my journey. By the way, how many of you would love to walk away from this session with a simple plan to quit your job, launch a $5,000 to $10,000 per month business, or even 10xing your current business? Drop in the chat. Who wants that? Yeah. Yes. Who am I to say this? So my name is Sahil Segal. I was not even a 9 to 5er. I was a 7 to 5er field technician, 7 in the morning, 5 in the evening, Monday to Friday. Went there from earning my 2 Comma Club award in just over 3 years, and then building my freedom business. And because of that, building my freedom business through funnels, I was able to buy a house for myself in Canada, first house. I was able to gift a house to my parents in India. I was able to retire them financially free. And just in 2 years ago, we had this beautiful blessing in our family. My daughter, Shaina, she came into our world. And I feel so blessed and humbled to raise her up in this abundant world right now. I feel like a proud dad. And the transformation I'm able to bring to my clients' life as well through our coaching program. So 2 types of people I'm going to be talking about today. First are my beginner people who are like, I'm new to this world, I want to start a side hustle and eventually quit my job. And second type of people who are selling offers here and there, but they want something that they can treat like a business, not just a hobby, okay? Which one are you right now? Type in the chat, 1 or 2, okay? Over the next few minutes, I'll show you the game plan, whether you are just starting out or already selling. Somebody type in the chat, simple. I'm gonna be simplify all the stuff that you have been learning from last 2 or 3 days, okay? So before we build anything, let's break it down into simple definition. We are here for this event, Offerlab, but what exactly is an offer? There are so many definitions which I've gone through, so much stuff I've learned, always complicated. I broke down offer into this simple formula: who, what, how. Who do you help? Your dream clients. What do you help them do? Ideally, you solve a pain or a problem, and how do you help them get those results using your unique method or process, okay? So now, there's one burning question that keeps beginners stuck for sometimes weeks, months, and even years. This is the one. What's my niche? How do I find my niche? Okay, how many of you belong to that? Type in the chat if you're confused. I'm going to be making it super simple right now, okay? So if you're just starting out, I gave you the formula of who, what, how. You just start with what, okay? Ignore who do you help and all. Start with what. What result can you help someone bring? Or what pain or problem can you help someone solve, okay? It's usually hiding inside you 3 things. Inside your past profession, what problems do you solve at work, what others would pay for too? Or it's hiding inside your past pain. What tough experience have you gone through and you have overcome them? Or passion. What could you talk about for hours without getting bored, okay? So past profession, past pain, or passion. Now think about yourself, which one do you already carry with you? We all carry something with us from our journey. In my case, I started with a past profession. I was a field technician, working in the fields, climbing on poles, fixing cables, and all that. So in the beginning, I had no clue how to turn my offline tech skills into something online. I couldn't just go online and fix cables or climb on the poles, so I was not sure what to do. So I started jumping on groups, free Zoom calls, other communities, asking people, coaches, so many things, just trying to figure out this one question, which was, how can my skill solve someone else's pain coming from offline world, okay? Now, for the longest time, I felt clueless, stuck, and completely lost. Drop that's me if that's relatable. You have something offline that you're doing, but you're not sure how to convert that into online, okay? We got that's me. Cool. But I kept on hearing this one thing, what helped me over here, provide value to others. How many of you have heard that thing, provide value to others? Everyone, every coach, every consultant, expert I was talking to, they are like, become valuable. I'm like, how do I become valuable? I'm coming from a offline world, fixing cables and all. So it's like, help other people. So I was a part of this beautiful community, ClickFunnels, and one day I thought about, let me go search and see who are the people looking for help. I went, there is a search icon over there, clicked on it, and I typed the most complicated AI prompt. I typed over there, help, to see what comes up. Okay? I started seeing these stuff. Hey, I'm having this checkout element issue. I need help with setting up my funnels. I need help with CSS code. And he can help me setting my webinar funnel. I had that epiphany or idea, light bulb moment that came. Like, okay, these people are asking for help regarding tech. Although I had experience in offline, how can I convert into online? Okay? So I started helping people in comment section. I'm like, somebody asking a question, I'm dropping a valuable comment. You can do this, you can do that. I just become resourceful. I had no idea how to figure out stuff yet. I had no idea even what is a domain, and no idea how to set up these funnels and all, but I started helping these people in comments. What happened, some people jumped on a Zoom call with me, and I started collecting these testimonials after helping them for free. Just a testimonial, I asked them. One guy said, Sahil Sehgal reached out to me, helped me solve my funnel problem. Another said, Russell Brunsen should hire this guy, he knows ClickFunnels. Another one, 15 minutes, you had me up and running. Another one, 10 minutes with Sahil, and he solved something that I was working for hours. What I did, I collected all these testimonials, put into this fanciest funnel, 3 testimonials, and order from page saying 1 hour technical support, 2 hour technical support. And my headline was simple. I help business owners tackle the tech and tighten their automation so that they can get back to what they're doing the best. That was my entire funnel. There is no upsell, there is nothing at all. So what happened? The first $1,000 I made online came from helping people fixing their tech issues inside the funnels now. That became my first product. That was my very first offer. I got my 1 Comma Club award, the most proud feeling at that point. So that was past profession that I picked something, okay? You can go to different groups, communities, and see what problem, what you already carry in past profession can be helpful for someone else. I picked up a very small thing, very niche down thing. But I also had a past pain, which was working 9 to 10 hours a day, Monday to Friday, out on the field, and I wanted to quit my job and launch. I have a freedom lifestyle business, okay? To solve that past pain, I started selling ClickFunnels and 1 Funnel Away Challenge. I made this ebook hired a girl from Fiverr, and I made this affiliate bridge page funnel for selling 1 Funnel Away Challenge. Who are my past OFA people, graduates, anyone? So all in my mind was running this. If I could just sell $100 product a day, that would be enough for me to quit my job. Okay, that's like $100, $3,000 a month, enough for me to quit my job. So I started talking and creating content on 1 Funnel Away Challenge, on my stories. It was a COVID time, and I was like, hey, what are you doing for COVID-19? Were you watching Netflix, or you want to join this challenge? So I made a YouTube video about my honest review about the challenge, and very soon, within a few days, I got my first commission. Everyone remembers this orange bars, the love for that? And very soon, it turns into like 7 1 Funnel Away challenges sold in 7 days. I started taking this as a challenge, and that became my thing. So over the span of few months only, I was able to sold 100 plus 1 Funnel Away challenges and dozens of ClickFunnels memberships. And my first $10,000 came from selling ClickFunnels and 1 Funnel Away Challenge to people just like me who wanted to quit their job and build a freedom lifestyle business. I didn't care about who these people are, real estate, 9-to-5ers, coach, consultant, author, speaker. I was like, I'm solving one problem. This is a product which can help you to quit your job or launch an online business. And out of those 100 plus OFA sales, I literally sold 1 to my barber and 1 to my dentist. That's a little serious story. Why? Because both of them were tired of their day jobs, and they wanted to come build also an online lifestyle business. Okay, I didn't care about, again, who these people were. So when Russell brought this t-shirt, sell your colleagues, therapists, friends, I actually did that, hence proved. I sold to my dentist and barber. Okay? So let's map your origin offer now. Okay? Ask yourself, what did I used to do for work, or what are you currently already working? Past pain, what challenge did you overcome that others are still stuck in? Or passion, what do you love helping people with? Okay? Now think about what problem can you solve. You can either pick one or more of these. I picked 2, my past profession and past pain, different milestones I was able to achieve just by picking what I already had inside me, okay? That's your starting point. That's your very first offer. Now, let me reassure you right now. You guys are the most privileged ones today. Why? Because I remember when I was doing this affiliate marketing, I had to like verify my email address, your application will be reviewed, and then you have to fill out these W-9 forms, then you have to, like, there is a glitch happen in the dashboard, my commission didn't come, all those issues started happening, right? Not anymore, because we have this beautiful platform today, Offerlab, that solves all the problems. You don't need to worry about this now getting reviewed and all. You don't need to worry about W-9 forms. You don't need to worry about this affiliate commission. It splits up automatically. All you gotta do is send a free invite. Somebody creates an account using your invite. You have this whole membership or marketplace where you can find offers which are already proven. You picked up an offer, you hit this promote this offer button, you send a message, hey Russell, I would love to promote your offer, request sent, and then boom, you are ready to collab with the offers that are already there in the marketplace. Okay? I wish Offerlab had existed 5 years ago. Why? Because old way of selling was this. I was selling a $100 product, but what after that? I got $100 commission, yes. What after that? Russell was making all the money after that. Like, what about me? But now the Offerlab way is much more cooler. You can add a $7 product, you can keep the core offer of $100, and then you can add another product of much more bigger ticket price. So now you have a full stack that you can sell. Okay? So I'm gonna give you your freedom math. This is gonna be your exercise today as well. So let's say instead of selling $100 product, that's gonna be a little hard sale. What if you just sell $7 product, 5 sales a day? You get 150 buyers, $7, $1,000 almost. 15% of them converts into $100 product. For example, you got 22 buyers out of 150, $2,200. 10% of them converts into $500 product. You made 2 buyers that pays you $1,000. Now total becomes $4,000 a month. If that's your funnel freedom number, you want to quit your job, you want to make extra $4,000 to $5,000, from a 3 offer stack, you can set up once and scale with Offerlab. That's what you can do. And very simple, if you want, your number is, let's say, $10,000, right? So all you gotta do is make 10 sales of $7. You don't make any other changes. Same math, 15% converts, 10% converts. Your math becomes now $8,600 to $9,000, almost $10,000, all from using a 3-stack offer now, and all you can set up once and scale with Offerlab. Right? Everyone got it? So you don't need 10 products or 10 funnels. All you need is one smart stack. Okay? Offerlab is the golden key that unlocks that stack. It provides the tools, marketplace, resources, buyers, every single thing. That's why I said you guys are most privileged ones, right? So did we deliver on the promise right now? I gave you a simple plan to quit your job, coming from my example, the simplest way, how you can make to $5,000 to $10,000 per month side hustle, using a simple freedom math I gave you, and how Offerlab is the tool which can make it possible for you all, right? So drop in the chat, I got this, if you already got this. Okay? Got this? Cool. Now, for my intermediate peeps out there, I'm gonna talk about business, not just sales. So people who you have sold like offers here and there, but it's not consistent, and deep down, you want to know that you still feel like it's a hustle and not a business. For them, I want to show you my $1 million ecosystem, where you can turn a one tiny offer into a full-blown system where you have high-ticket, recurring revenue, upsells, and all that stuff. Here's how it looks like. It's take a picture at the end of it. So it starts with a low ticket. I call it micro offer. Any offer between $3 to $97, easiest sales. And then you add an order bump, same price as that, or 1.5 times of micro offer. Then you add an upsell 1, $97 to $197, upsell 2, $297 to $497, or you have a downsell where you can give them options to 2-pay, 3-pay, paid trials, or light version of something. That's a vertical ascension of that. Okay? Let's look into the horizontal ascension of this ecosystem. Ascension. So sweet spot offer, anywhere between $1,000 to $2,000. They are not a low ticket. They are not a super high ticket. Perfect sweet spot. And then you have a high ticket offers done for you or one-on-one coaching, $5,000 or more, or super high ticket inner circle masterminds and all. That's your entire $1 million ecosystem. Now you guys can take a picture of it. And there is much more beautiful thing about this ecosystem. You can make your $1 million out of the low-ticket funnels itself. That's ascension, vertical ascension, and Offerlab is your golden key. All the offers, low-ticket offers, you will find in that Offerlab. Or you can make another $1 million using high-ticket funnels as well. So that's a horizontal ascension of it. Again, Offerlab is your golden key. You can mix and match both. You start with the low-ticket funnels, and then you start adding your sweet spot offer if you want to achieve your goal faster. Okay, that's your entire ecosystem for my intermediate peeps out there. Okay, so let's see how big brand products fit entirely into this ecosystem. So for example, McDonald's, everyone knows about it, common example. Their cheeseburger, micro offer. Would you like to add fries to it? Order bump. Upsell 1, meal combo. Upsell 2, you want to go large size, we'll add a McFlurry. Then downsell, you get 4 these chicken nuggets for $1 only. You have the sweet spot offer, family meal bundles, high ticket offer, birthday packages, or super high ticket, franchisee ownership. So this example is not even $1 million, it's $1 billion ecosystem that you can do and what big brands are already doing. Let's look at the Offerlab example. Let's say this is one of my product masterclass, $7. That's a front-end offer. You can add an order bump, $27. This are done for you, funnel bundle. Upsell 1, my code, 6-figure incubator, $67. Upsell 2, VIP intensive session, one-on-one session with me. That's $147. And then sweet spot offer, micro offer accelerator program. That's a live coaching, $997. You have the entire ecosystem you can build. That's the simplest stack. These products already exist in Offerlab. You can go promote it right now. You already have the ecosystem already gave you, which can help you to make that $1 million, okay? Now, once this dialed down, I can help you to make it a rainmaker. How it is. So I showed you this ecosystem, right? Look at the first element of that ecosystem. Okay? Don't change anything else on the other part of the ecosystem, just the first element. What if you break this first element into multiple offers? Low ticket offer 1, 2, 3, 4. You're not changing anything else in the ecosystem, and you are just targeting people through different products to bring them to your ecosystem. For example, let's say if I'm selling online challenge, $100 product. Now, instead of just bugging people or pushing people towards this $100 product, what if I add a $7 perfect webinar script, Russell's product, or I add a capitalist pig t-shirt for Steve Larson, .com secret. Now, I can add these offers at my front side, and my core offer, which is the selling online challenge, is at the back end. It's just I'm not bombarding my audience with the same offer again and again. I can put different micro offers, just like I showed you over here. You don't need to change anything else, and you still bring people to your ecosystem. How fancy is that, by the way? Everyone liking it? Yes? Yeah. Cool. So what's the next step? You got the blueprint. You have seen how to map your first offer. You have seen how to scale into a full business. All you got to do is go to Offerlab, upload your offers, instantly get it seen by right affiliates, or already pick offers which are already there, and let others sell it for you while you keep the ownership and cash. You can create a win-win situation for both, as an affiliate, as an offer owner. Cool. Now you have a choice here. You can walk away inspired and do nothing, or you can take that imperfect step, the first step, just like I did. This isn't just about offers. This is your freedom story waiting to be written today. Okay? Back then, I was a nervous technician. This was a chat screenshot. I was scared to go live on Facebook. I was asking one of my friends, hey, I'm collecting all the faith and confidence, don't know how it is going to be. Any tips or script that you can recommend? We'll appreciate that. And today, I'm standing on this stage because I chose to move, even when I didn't feel ready. Hey, everyone, don't forget. Everyone, let's say this loud. 1 offer a day keeps the 9-to-5 away. Cool? So my name is Sai Sehgal. I just want to say thank you for letting me share my heart today with you. And there is a free gift here. Anyone wants to get the Offerlab Expert custom GPT that we prepared, it will help you to become a super affiliate inside Offerlab. There's a link there. Take a screenshot. That's it. Thank you so much for all.
Let's give it up for Sahil Sehgal. Great job. Fantastic. Oh, man. I loved everything about that. 1 offer a day keeps the 9-to-5 away. That's like a soundbite right there for the generations. Yeah, hey, can they all steal it too, Sahil? They can all steal it, 1 offer a day? Use it up. Use it up. I love it. Okay. And the McDonald's ecosystem too, right? How cool is that? By the way, you want to find your ecosystem or create your ecosystem? Right there's your link. That's the place to go do that. I loved too how he talked about just getting started. I know a lot of you feel the same way that he did a few years ago, but you know what he did? He talked to people about different offers. His doctor, his dentist, his grandma, didn't matter who, right? And it made me think, there's this book written by Dr. Benjamin Hardy and Dan Sullivan. It's called The Who, Not the How. How many of you entrepreneurs are like, oh my gosh, I just need to come up with my course first, or I need to now have my book, or I need to have my product or my service? Offerlab solves all of this, because what happens, the problem with this, is when you have to figure out how to do all of those things, it's a momentum stopper. And we're all about momentum. If you're constantly trying to figure out how to do every single thing, you never do anything, right? So the beauty of this and the concept of that book is find somebody who has already done that. So now instead of learning how, you're actually just finding the who, and that's exactly this collaboration that you can find in the lab, right? In Offerlab right here. So make sure you're finding the who and not worrying so much about the how, and then just plug it in and get started. All right, let's keep this party going. Listen, you guys know who John Travolta is, all right? John Travolta, Saturday Night Fever, he did the disco stuff, right? So that's what we're gonna do, but in this room, we're all gonna go crazy. But you on screen, I'm watching for the dancing queen, right? I wanna see who's doing their best John Travolta as we get started for our next speaker. Our next speaker is one of the very first LinkedIn experts ever. Since 2010, he's helped over 38,000 professionals use LinkedIn to get more prospects, partners, and platforms. And today, he's gonna be training us on how to use LinkedIn to drive tons of targeted traffic to your Offerlab offers. Please join me in welcoming to the stage, Mr. T.R. Garland. Let's go, let's see you, John Travolta. Let's go, oh, I see you out there. What's up, buddy? All right, go get him.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to have this friendly conversation with each and every one of you today. And the friendly conversation that we're going to have is how to use LinkedIn to drive tons of targeted traffic to your own Offerlab offers. So let's get started. I want to start by asking each and every one of you a very important question. And that question is, are you waking up every single day to at least 15 emails in your inbox sent from LinkedIn from prospects, partners, and podcast hosts that are saying, I want to work with you? If you're not, then please keep listening. Because if you want different results, I'm going to suggest that you look at things through a slightly different lens. Yes, I'm going to encourage you to stop looking at LinkedIn as social media and start looking at LinkedIn as a huge convention center. And this convention center is hosting a huge trade show. And each and every day, there's 1 billion professionals walking up and down the aisles of this trade show. So you think that maybe of those billion people, that 1 or 2 or 10 or 100 or 1,000 of them may be your prospects? Yes, absolutely they are. And the good news is that according to Reid Hoffman, the co-founder of LinkedIn, he's given you a free trade show booth. Yay! Oh, and he's also given your competitors a free trade show booth. Boo! So please allow me to ask you a series of important questions. Have you laid the red carpet down in your trade show booth so that you cover up that cold concrete floor? Have you placed banners behind your trade show booth so that it piques the interest of people when they're walking down the aisle so that they come a little bit closer to your trade show booth? Have you placed a skirt on the table in your trade show booth that matches your company's corporate branding? Have you placed brochures on that table in your trade show booth so that it compels people to come a little bit closer, hopefully pick up that brochure and stay there and maybe start a conversation with you? And probably the most important question of them all is, are you doing things daily? Are you doing things daily that drive traffic to your trade show booth? Or is Reid Hoffman correct by saying, dude, why is your trade show booth empty? Well, in real life, you would probably end up, if no one was stopping by your trade show booth, then you'd walk around and attempt to drive traffic to your trade show booth, wouldn't you? In real life, you might swing by other people's trade show booths, smile, listen to them say what they have to say to you so that hopefully they return the favor. In real life, you might even walk around and pass brochures out to people that are walking up and down the aisles. And today, we're going to talk about how to drive tons of targeted traffic to your trade show booth so that you don't end up like the lady on the left that has an empty trade show booth, so that you do end up like the gentleman on the right that has a packed trade show booth. But before we do, please allow me to summarize 3 simple steps to success on LinkedIn. Step number 1, remodel your trade show booth. Step number 2, drive traffic to your trade show booth. And step number 3, know what to say to the individuals when they stop by your trade show booth, so that hopefully you can compel them into action. Now, someone out here in the audience may be saying, and it might be Jeff. Jeff's thinking in his mind right now, all right, TR, I love your metaphor, right? But what's working right now on LinkedIn? And Jeff, I saw that thought bubble, and I'm glad that you asked, because right now I'm going to teach you TR's top 3 tactics to what's working today on LinkedIn. Tactic number 1 is LinkedIn newsletters. Tactic number 2 is engagement-based exposure. And tactic number 3 is vertical videos. So, if you posted about your Offerlab offer on LinkedIn, which scenario would you prefer? Would you prefer 5 eyeballs on your Offerlab offer that you posted on LinkedIn? Or would you prefer 50 eyeballs on your Offerlab offer that you posted on LinkedIn? 5 or 50? 50, yes, 50 eyeballs on your Offerlab offer that you posted on LinkedIn. So let's dig a little bit deeper and teach you how you can increase your chances of more eyeballs on and engagement with your profile and your posts. And it's called engagement-based exposure. So last year, LinkedIn engineers let the cat out of the bag, and they shared publicly what I knew for over a decade, which is the more I view other people's profiles and the more I engage with their posts, the more I increase my chances of them seeing my profile and my posts. So the engagement-based exposure system is step number 1, categorize your connections. Step number 2, visit and view their profiles and comment on their content. And step number 3, yay! You increase the eyeballs on and engagement with your profile and your posts. So, if you've been in Russell's community for any amount of time, you know that he states that your Dream 100 is the foundation to your success. And the Dream 100 is a core concept from the late, great Chet Holmes from his book, The Ultimate Sales Machine. And I'm going to stand on the shoulders of giants today, and I'm going to introduce you to my proven process called the Dream 300. Since 2010, I've taught over 38,000 professionals how to use LinkedIn to get more prospects, partners, and platforms. I've taught them how to turn their connections into currency. And I'm not talking about just financial currency, I'm talking about relationship currency. Financial currency, it pays you once. It's going on LinkedIn, it's going to your professional network, looking at them as a prospect, putting them in your pipeline, and hopefully turning them into a paying client. That pays you once. I'm talking about relationship currency. Relationship currency is looking at a professional in your network and taking them and turning them into a partner, a promotional partner, an affiliate partner, a JV partner. I'm talking about looking at your LinkedIn connections and turning them into someone who maybe has a podcast and invites you on their podcast. So again, financial currency pays you once. It's only 33% of the equation. If you look at things through a different lens, if you only look at things as turning your professionals in your network into prospects, you're leaving 66% of the opportunities on the table. So let's talk about category number 1. Category number 1 is your top 100 prospects. I'm going to encourage each and every one of you to open up a Google Sheet and pay attention to 3 specific columns. Column 1 is put their name in column 1. Column 2 is put their title in column 2, and column 3 is cut and paste their LinkedIn URL so that you see the blue hyperlink. Now let's move forward with category number 2, your top 100 partners. You're going to do the same thing, column 1, column 2, and column 3. Their name, their title, and their LinkedIn URL. Now, category 3 is slightly different, which is you're going to take the podcast that you want to be on and put the podcast name there, the podcast host, and then the LinkedIn URL of the podcast host. And if you're looking at your screen right now, there's a lot going on there, and it's a good thing because this is where I'm going to be giving you some golden nuggets. So instead of focusing on 100 prospects, I want you to just look at your first 5 prospects and then control left click on the blue hyperlink to their LinkedIn URL and do that 5 times in a row. Control left click, control left click, control left click, control left click, control left click. It opens up 5 brand new tabs of those people's LinkedIn profiles. Then what you're going to do is you're going to visit and view their profile. And then you're going to comment on their content. And I encourage you to rinse and repeat for your top 100 partners and your top 100 platforms that you want to be on, such as podcast hosts. So, what exactly does this do for you? It allows you to teach the technology to activate the algorithm in your favor. Yes, it allows you to instantly increase your chances of your top 100 prospects, top 100 partners, and top 100 podcast hosts instantly increase your chances of them seeing your posts when you post about your Offerlab offers. You're literally teaching LinkedIn to pre-populate your stuff in front of them when they log into their LinkedIn profiles each and every day. But does this really work, TR? Well, Snoop Dogg says hell yeah. So I'm going to say hell yeah too. And if you look at your screen, you'll see a real-life screenshot of an instant increase in eyeballs on and engagement with one of my clients' profiles and posts. So let's drill down into my 3T technique. When you comment on someone's post, step number 1, tag them. Step number 2, take their last name out. And step number 3, use a tie down. So tagging them means the @ symbol and their name will pop up. Step number 2, take their name out, put your cursor at the very end of their last name and hit backspace. It'll take only their last name out and it'll come across a little more personal. And step number 3, always ask questions. Use a tie down. Doesn't this make sense? Makes sense, doesn't it? What a very relevant topic, isn't it? All right? So that's my 3T technique to commenting on other people's profiles. So how can you find hundreds of prospects on LinkedIn? Well, if you look in the Offerlab marketplace, you'll see one of my offers, and it's the LinkedIn for Coaches 4-week fast start. And one would assume that my target market is business coaches. So step number 1, I go to the LinkedIn search bar and type in business coaches. Step number 2, I click the people button in the top left. Step number 3, I click the location button, and in this instance, I typed in Boise, and it found, as step number 4, where you see number 4, it found where there are 10 pages of 10 people each of business coaches in Boise. It's just that simple. So how can you find hundreds of partners on LinkedIn? Well, you follow the same process, and I put this slide in here to use an example. If you look in the Offerlab marketplace, I've got an offer called Podcast Guesting Profits Kickstart Kit. And one can assume that someone such as Julie Broad from Book Launchers or Rob Cosberg from Bestseller Publishing, they're teaching people how to publish their books, and they want to go on a podcast guesting tour to promote their books. So in Offerlab, Rob and Julie can actually select my offer, Podcast Guesting Profits Kickstart Kit, and use it as an offer bump. Isn't that absolutely amazing? And I'm sure that you can think of many other ways that you can partner with upstream and downstream referral, promotional, and JV partners. So how can you find hundreds of podcast hosts on LinkedIn? Well, the same way. And if you look at this slide for an example, this is a cut and paste of Sharon Lecter. Sharon Lecter is a close friend of mine and a client. And oh, by the way, Sharon's got a ton of offers on Offerlab. And this snippet is from her LinkedIn, and she interviewed Dr. Joe Vitale. And it's promoting her podcast. And if I'm someone who wants to be on Sharon's podcast, then I look at the bottom and I repost her post about her podcast with Dr. Joe Vitale. And I follow my 3-step sequence that you can see on the screen right now to turn my connections into currency. Step number 1, be visible. Step number 2, be vocal. And step number 3, be valuable. Being visible means people know who you are. Being vocal means people know what you do. And being valuable proves to people that you care. Proof to people that you care about their success. And the law of reciprocity will work in your favor. So, does everybody remember this slide? We said that we were going to talk today about how to drive tons of targeted traffic to your trade show booth. You don't want an empty trade show booth. You want a packed trade show booth. So, I've done my best to serve and support each and every one of you today by taking my 15 years of extensive experience in helping professionals use their free LinkedIn profile to get more prospects, partners, platforms, publicity, and positioning, and I trust it was well received. So as we bring this friendly conversation to a close, I want to draw attention to the fact that during the time that I started this presentation, I was able to recruit Reid Hoffman and hook him up with his own Offerlab shirt. And look at him right there. He's sporting his Offerlab shirt. How about that? And Reid wants you to know that in the Offerlab marketplace, I have pulled together 3 offers dedicated to LinkedIn. Offerlab offer number 1 is my LinkedIn for Coaches 4-week fast start. Offerlab offer number 2 is LinkedIn Lead Gen Connection Copilot for those people that want to use automation and AI to perform a lot of those tedious tasks. And Offerlab offer number 3 is LinkedIn Newsletter Launchpad, which is a done-for-you LinkedIn lead gen service. And what presentation would not be complete without having Beavis and Butthead rock out with their Offerlab shirts. I'm TR Garland. Check me out on LinkedIn. Thank you very much for your time.
Let's give it up for TR Garland! Way to go, brother. Great job, man. Grab that from you. Woo! Hey, dream 300, not 100. I took notes here, like 100 prospects, 100 partners, and 100 podcasts. How cool is that? I absolutely loved it. Remember, we're going right here to this link. I'll show you that in a second. But I feel like we all need to just kind of loosen up a little bit. So here in the room, let's all stand up. I know everybody loves doing this stuff. At home, stand up. I need you to do something for me. It's going to get a little bit weird, but only if you make it weird. We're just going to dive into this, all right? So you're just going to raise your hands up as high as you can right now. And then you're going to go over here. Oh, good. This feels good, right? And then we're going to go over here. And now we're going to come back. And now we're going to go do this again. And I want you to repeat after me. Are you ready? We're building. And we're going to say, everybody raise your hands in the air. Everybody raise your hands in the air. And act like you just don't care. And act like you just don't care. If you want to rock with the Offerlab launch, then everybody just say yeah. Yeah, did we get you going? Come on, let's give it up, guys. That was my beat. Thanks for dropping the beat, Miles. That was awesome. I told you it's going to get a little bit weird, but everybody feel a little bit more loose now? All right, hey, can we pull up the actual link on the back wall right here? Love to walk through it. A lot of people keep asking, like, what is in this offer again? Like, if I go to the link, what is the whole thing? Well, let's look at it right here. Let's just scroll up real quick. This is amazing, too. And keep in mind, like Russell said this morning, This is not something we're making money on, right? This is something to make sure that everybody is engaged and involved in this too, especially those who are promoting. This money right here, this $497, goes to the person who brought you in, right? This is not something we're making money on. So keep in mind some of the things that you get when you get the Offerlab certification program. First is the Offerlab certification program. Keep in mind, this is going to be starting next week, all right? So you have to be engaged so you can get all this stuff. That's the 8 Offerlab affiliate playbooks, the 6 Offerlab creator playbooks, the 3 offer broker playbooks, and then also you're going to get the Launch Your Offer playbook, the white label webinar, which is my favorite. You saw McCall and you saw Russell come up here and give that webinar. They will white label this so you can go bring more and more and more people, whether they are promoters or whether they are offer creators, into the lab, right? Into Offerlab so that they can have more offers and more eyeballs, right? Not just one big eyeball, but thousands of eyeballs. I absolutely love that because, once again, it is not the how, it is the who. And guess what? Russell and McCall have already created this for you where you don't have to come up with a brand new webinar. This is something that you have right now. Core Secrets, one of my absolute favorite things as well, where literally in a weekend, you could spend 6 weeks doing this if you wanted to, but literally in a weekend, there are 6 modules that you can walk through where if you're like, I want to put a product, I want to put a service onto Offerlab, but I don't know what that is. Well, Core Secrets is going to help you create some type of information product, a course that you can feel proud of, that you can put on Offerlab and have other people promote and make money from that, just recurring over and over and over from other people promoting your stuff, which is amazing. The Fill Your Funnel Traffic Challenge, because what do you need? If you have the offer, you're going to need the eyeballs. That is the beautiful part of Offerlab. So many people on here looking, right? And then the Super Affiliate Shortcut, all of this. Total value of $20,479. Today, you get it for only $497. What are you waiting for? Do you hate money? Click the link below right here and take advantage of that. And you're going to be glad that you did too. It's not the who. I mean, it's not the how, it's the who. Remember that. All right, you guys ready to keep going? There was this thing that happened. Maybe it was late 90s, might have been early 2000s, where these rappers would go into the club. And like everybody started having these competitions about who had the most money, who had the most bling. They'd have the bottle service with like, you know, the fireworks coming out of the top of the bottle. But the real flex in the club was if you could do what? If you could make it rain. Do you guys know what that is? $100 bills, these go up on the balcony and they just make it rain. So for our next guest, you right at home, I'm looking at you too. I want to see you just make it rain. Does that sound good? $100 bills, that's what's going to happen when you're going to have bajillion dollars, right? No income claims, bajillion, whatever that means. We're just going to make it rain $1 billion. Are you ready? So with that, Shreya Banerjee is a marketing powerhouse and co-founder of Marketing Counts. She's here to show you how to grow fast without spending a dime on ads using the OPA method, right? OPA, other people's audiences. If you're ready to tap into other people's audiences and explode your reach, you are in the right place. Let's make it rain for Shreya Banerjee. Let's go.
Oh, thank you. Perfect. Hello. I'm so excited to be here. You guys have been getting so many golden nuggets. So I want to see some fire in the chat because I'm sure you've already gotten a lot of golden nuggets today and yesterday, but I'm hopefully going to give a few more that you can take along and make it work. All right. So yesterday, my business partner talked about the concept of OPA. And today, I'm here to explain how you're going to make OPA work for you. So some of you might ask, wait, what is OPA again? Because, you know, it stands for other people's audience. But what it really, really means is you're saying, I am no longer going to be working alone. I am not going to start from scratch. I'm going to start collaborating with people. And does this happen overnight? And does this work? Absolutely. Here's a prime example of it working. Now, did we wake up one day and say, hey, we're going to collaborate with Russell? No, we didn't, okay? It took time. It took years. But everybody has to start somewhere. And this is how I got started. I got started by creating a product, a digital product, and I grew it through JV partners, what Russell talked about yesterday. And it was semi-successful, and my confidence shot up, and I'm like, well, I'm an expert now, so I'm gonna do what all experts do. I'm gonna go start meeting these JV partners and start growing my business, and thank God that confidence came from somewhere, because I started attending these live events, and I met this guy. Paul counts. We were little babies back then. He's my current business partner. And what started there was we became friends. We started doing product launches together. And I said, hey, we work amazing together. Want to start a business? And that's what we did. But that was the start of a very good snowball effect, because from there, we have met some amazing OPA partners that we have partnered with and grew our business. Look at that. It wouldn't have happened if we just didn't get started. So you just have to start, okay? Everybody has to start. This isn't a theory. It is what we do, and it works. So you want to collaborate with somebody who already has your dream audience. And they've got the people, and you're bringing the value, okay? Remember that, because you don't want fear to creep in, okay? First, let's talk about the elephant in the room. You don't want to be a dopa. And yes, we completely made this up, but we all know at least one person in our lives, and maybe it's us, who is a dopa. Who's a dopa? Dopa is a person who asks a question saying, hey, do you want to promote my product? They have a need, and they come to you, and they take, okay? Now, a person who is an OPA, they deliver value. They're rooted in value, and they believe in giving. When you're rooted in value, what happens is all the doors open for you. But when you're rooted in need, all those same doors close on your face, and it doesn't work. So we want to be the OPA, not the DOPA, okay? And it's okay, because I was one of them, so you can change, you'll learn, we'll go through this. Now, what happens is using OPA is the fastest way to building trust. Now, I want you to write this down, okay? Trust collapses timelines. Does that make sense? Because the instant somebody introduces you to their audience, they trust you instantly. It collapses that timeline. You're not starting from scratch. And when you have trust, you can grow your business much, much faster. This is a mindset shift, okay? When you understand this, you're no longer buying the next and latest and greatest AI technology to edit videos, okay? You're focusing on building relationships and growing your business. Okay, so would it be okay if I share my 4 steps to make the OPA work? Okay, it's not complicated, 4 steps. Ready? So how do you make OPA work? First, you find audiences that already align with you. Then you make the connections. Then you lead with value. And next, you collaborate and scale. Very simple, right? But is it easy? Oh, well, not really, but I'm going to share my blueprint with you, so it will make it easy for you, okay? Those 4 simple steps. What ends up happening is most people stop at step 1 because they don't even know where to start looking for OPA partners, okay? You get frustrated and you're like, this is too complicated, I'm not doing this. But you're not looking in the right place, okay? Your OPA partner isn't hiding. You're just not looking in the right place. And when you start thinking about where to look, you need to start where your audience is already hanging out. Okay? That's the key. Where is your audience already hanging out? That's where you need to be to find your next OPA partner. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to share my #1 OPA partner finder. Is that okay? It's not complicated. Pinterest is an OPA goldmine. And notice, this is an old platform, right? It's been there forever. People don't pay attention to this because they chase after the latest, greatest, most risful platform. And yes, I just said risful because I'm a millennial mom and I'm allowed to do that. Because the conversation in our house is there things are risful or it's either 6, 7, right? So, but here's the thing, you don't need 67 different platforms to find your next OPA partner. You just need one, and this is it, okay? Notice this. This content creator has 10 million monthly views. I said million monthly views, not overall, all lifetime views, monthly views. That's a lot of eyeballs, okay? Now, the next thing some of you might say that, hey, she has over 755,000 followers, so why would this person ever want to collaborate with poor old me, okay? I get that. What about this one? This person has 355 followers. But look at that. 5.1 monthly views. Still a lot of eyeballs. And I did some digging. I went over there to the site to see how are they monetizing this audience. They just have some Amazon links. That's it. So if you go over there and say, hey, I want to collaborate with you, you think they'll be open to it? I'd say yes. Now here's the bonus tip. Some of you might say, well, Shreya, Pinterest is for, it's a woman-dominated group. It's a female group. It's for girls. Well, there's also YouTube. So I'll give you 2 platforms, okay? Everybody's on YouTube. You can find the same content creator in Pinterest and find their YouTube channel as well. But here's the thing, how are you going to communicate to them? You can go into Pinterest if you found them there, and you can easily message them within the channel, but there's no Yahoo Messenger and there's no Skype anymore, so how are you going to reach out to them? You're going to go to YouTube, you're going to go to their channel page, and you click on this button, tiny little button that says more, okay? And then that's going to open up this pop-up. You're going to scroll all the way down in the pop-up, and then you're going to click this tiny little button that says view your email address. That gives you their direct email address that you could reach out to. And most people put their actual email address that they respond to in there. So now you have access to their email. You can reach out to them, start that conversation. Does this make sense to you guys? Yeah? Let me see it in chat. Okay, good. Yes, love it. Okay, so now you have an OPA lead, okay? You got 2 platforms, not 67 platforms. You have 2 platforms that I just shared. You have an OPA lead. How are you going to talk to them? What do you say? I'm an introvert, so talking to somebody is just the worst thing that could possibly happen. So here we go. What do we say? First, let's acknowledge what not to say. We call these DOPA phrases. Okay, we're not going to say DOPA phrases anymore. The worst thing you can say is, hey, can you promote my product? No, I'm not going to promote your product. I don't even know you. Okay, it's a classic taker energy. You're not building a relationship. You're not going to do this. Another thing you could say is, hey, I think your audience would love my offer. Really? I don't know. I don't know you. I don't know what your offer is. So, no, we're not going to say that. I'm launching next week. Can you send an email for me? All this means is that you are in desperate need for some traffic. You didn't say hi to me all year long. Or maybe you didn't even connect with me at all. I don't know anything about you. And now you need something, so you're being a dopa and coming to ask me to send you an email. So no, that's not it. This is also a good one. Can I pick your brain for 5 minutes? That really means is I was too lazy to Google it, so can you jump on a call with me? No, I'm not. This is the worst one, okay, ready? Last one is the worst one. Here's my link. Let me know what you think. Oh, I think a lot of things, but I'm not gonna tell you what I think. Okay? It's an instant delete. You don't want to just send them the link. So what do you say? What do you say? Here's a hint. You start with them, not you. Okay? You start with them, not you. Here's a really good one. I've seen your content, and I really like it, especially on that particular topic, whether it's a podcast, blog post, whatever it is. And I just wanted to share thanks. I shared this with my list. It could be on social media. It could be on anything. You don't have to have a list. And I got great feedback, okay? Did you notice the shift in that? You didn't ask for anything. You kind of led with gratitude, and you got visibility. That's a great opener. Here's another one. If someone's having a launch, you say, hey, congrats on your launch. I noticed that our audience overlap, and if you ever need anything, let me know. How can I support you? Okay? You are opening the doors rather than getting shut on your face because you're being an OPA. And this last one is our absolute favorite. This is the one that we use most of the time because this is the one that gives us the best result because it's an OPA win-win approach. This is the one we also use for the homeschool niche that Paul talked about yesterday. I'm putting together a resource. It could be a podcast, summit, email series, social media, series to spotlight experts, and would you be open to being featured? It's a win-win for both of you because you get content, they get visibility. This is the one that works the best. Okay, so you want to be the person that everybody wants to partner with. And for that, you need to be visible, valuable, and consistent using those methods that we just talked about. It's very simple, right? So let's make this real, because I'm sure you guys are all here not to just take notes and then forget the notebook somewhere and just get overwhelmed and go, oh my God, I don't even know what to start. There was so much good information, I don't know what to do. So I'm gonna give you 3 steps, okay? Common 3, because you guys are gonna do this 3 steps today. You're gonna do it 3 steps today, and they're so, so simple. First thing you're gonna do, you're gonna go find 1 new OPA partner, okay? On the platforms I showed, 1 new OPA partner, not that hard. You can find 2, you can go above and beyond, you can find 10. But find 1, okay? The next thing you wanna do is you're gonna go in and comment on 3 of their posts. You're gonna like them, and you're gonna leave a comment, a valuable comment. You're not just gonna say, nice post, great job. No, you're gonna leave a valuable comment on 3 of their posts. Okay, not hard. And then you're gonna send 1 message with 0 agenda. This is the easiest message to send because you're not selling them anything, you're not trying to prove anything. It's just a hey, and it's one of those OPA messages. If you don't know where to start with one of the OPA messages we just shared. So you're gonna send a message with 0 agenda. Those are your 3 steps. That's it. You're in motion. Isn't that simple? Yeah? Comment simple in the chat, because I want you guys to do all of this. Take a screenshot of this, because this is your homework, okay? I want you guys to do this today, because it's very, very simple. Okay, now, I want you to have your own growth engine. And the beauty is, when you partner OPA with Offerlab, that's when you have your growth engine. Now, Sean talked about it earlier today about how to set up offers within Offerlab. So you guys already know how to do that, right? And we just talked about OPA, so you know how to get the OPA audience. But once you have your OPA audience, you're gonna go log in to your Offerlab, and you're gonna click on that pretty little button that says copy link. That's your share link. You're gonna invite somebody. You're gonna invite them into your world of collaborations, of partnerships. And now, okay, you might say, Shreya, I don't have your confidence because I didn't launch a semi-successful product launch, and I don't have a product to promote. That's okay. You could be a broker. Russell talked about that earlier today. You could be a broker. You could still create offers, still invite people with audiences to start promoting it. That's your OPA machine. And then they get this pretty little website or a pretty little thing that says, hey, you're invited. This is your invitation to come join us, join Offerlab and start collaborating. And all of a sudden, look how professional you look, and you don't even have to do anything because it's already done for you. They think that you've been in business for like ever because it looks so cool, right? That's it. That's your OPA machine. But you have to remember that OPA works when you work it, okay? And for that, you got to use it. You got to show up. You got to partner up, and you got to build momentum. That's it. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Shreya. Way to go, Shreya. Awesome. Good job. Oh, man. Don't be a dopa, right? That's what we know. Be an OPA, right? That's positive. That's good stuff. I love this, too. Like, when you're talking about other people's audiences, make sure that aligns, too. Don't just go out and get these partnerships. Like if I want to sell footballs, right, and somebody's just only into tennis, that doesn't make sense, right? Find somebody who aligns, right? Finding that dream customer, that's huge. And where do we go find all these people? Right here at the link below. Make sure you're going and checking it out right now. Get into Offerlab. All right, you guys ready to keep this party going? All right, Wayne's World. Anybody know what Wayne's World is? All right, some people, right, older people, everybody younger is like, I have no idea. I got some people, Amanda's like, she loves Wayne's World. Way to go, Amanda. That's amazing. See, you guys think I can't see you there, right? I can totally see you right there. Jessica loves Wayne's World. Come on, I see you right there, yeah. Okay, so in Wayne's World, there's a dream sequence, right? And anytime he goes in this dream sequence, what does he do? Anybody on screen? He says, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That's what we're going to do online to welcome our next. Yeah, that's it. It's the doo-doo-doo-doo. There you go. All right, perfect. Okay, so, man, this is going to be cool. And also, all of you right here in the live studio audience, what are you going to do? You're going to stand up, put your hands together, and go absolutely crazy. Up next is a true legend in digital marketing. Mike Filsaime was the second ever marketer to pull off $1 million launch. With over 170 million in sales, 250,000 loyal customers, and 3 million lifetime subscribers, his influence on online business is undeniable. He is also the creative force behind groundbreaking platforms like Butterfly Marketing, Webinar Jam, EverWebinar, Kartra, and Groove, tools that have shaped the way entrepreneurs succeed online. Today, he brings that same winning vision and innovation to the Offerlab launch stage. Let's give it up for Mike Filsaime. What's up, brother?
Thank you.
I'm gonna give you this clicker right here. I got you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome and for everybody, the thousands of you at home. And I'll try not to be a ball on a chain for the cameramen and those of you at home. All right, so slides are right here. Fantastic. All right, so, you know, this is a 17-minute. It's a little longer than a TED Talk, but a lot longer than most presentations. And I tend to go long. So I'm going to keep things moving. There's really one big premise that I want to get to in this presentation. It's really how we come up with offers. If I was to sit on this panel, I think I could sit and talk about media buying or SEO or social media, even though I'm not really an expert at it. It's just something that I do in my business. But the things that people call me about, the same way I'll call Russell and Russell will call me, is when we have an offer, we look at ourselves as the people that'll be on the Mount Rushmore of creating offers. And I think we spend probably, and Russell will tell you it's probably the same thing, we probably spend about a month massaging the clay to come up with the offer until we have that, I got it. Now I know what the hook is about, and everything else falls into place. So my big promise of the premise here for you today is to, when you're coming up with an offer, you have to let the hook marinate, and you have to let it come to you, and don't be afraid to talk to other people and take their advice. Don't take the original or the first thing that you come up with and think that it's gonna run, because what your product does and what it does for people is very different than the hook or how you're gonna get them to listen. Because as Rich said yesterday, he spoke about the attention age doctrine. People that are looking at us today, they give us about 7 seconds to see if we're gonna solve their problem or not. So everything that you put into the email, everything that you put onto the webinar registration page, everything that you put onto the slides, everything doesn't matter if we don't hook them with that first subject line or that first 7 seconds on the shorts or the video, because everything else doesn't matter if we can't grab their attention. All right, so as I said here, these are some of the brands. I put this slide on here because it was funny. I was watching the several thousand of you at home yesterday saying, who are these people up there? It looks like a high school reunion. So a little bit of history, yeah. So some of the bottom there are my previous companies, and Groove, and a couple of other things that we're working on now. Back in the day, and where's my timer? There, perfect. Back in the day, I was reading a newsletter from one of the best copywriters, in my opinion. Was a guy named Gary Benzavenga. And some people love him. And look him up, he's awesome. One of the things that he said that really changed my life, he said, the most powerful word in marketing, tell me what you think it is, write it down. And I was writing down all these different things, and he said it's free. And I looked at it, and I was like, free? Isn't that like a throwaway? Isn't that kind of like just a banner at the top of a website? Nobody pays attention to it. But I went on to understand what he was saying, and that if you can create something of compelling value and then give it away for free, and you could get somebody going, I don't understand, what's the catch? What's going on here? If you give something of incredible value away for free, you'll be able to get people to sign up, and then once you have their email address, you have, in my case, 22 years to have a relationship with people to sell them product after product after product. And of course, you want to maintain trust with those clients and subscribers and give them quality content. But if you can get their email address, one of the first things you can do then is build trust and start building offers. So I pulled these images off of Google today. And this was, as they just said, back January 31st of 2006, I was the second person to do $1 million with a product launch. It was quite a feeling to do $1 million in a day. Even to this day, I can't tell you how much it scared me. Within 2 days, I thought, okay, I think I just want to retire. They say success scares you. It literally scared the hell out of me. I was like, oh my goodness, I have all these people. They put their trust in me. They bought software. I hope this thing works as good as I promised them. And it put me onto this incredible journey. So what you're seeing from left to right was the Butterfly Marketing Manuscript. Then I did a 2.0, and then I did a 3.0. You can go to Google and just type in the Butterfly Marketing Manuscript, Mike Filsame, PDF, download. And you'll find all the people that pirated it and say, here, get it for free, and all that type of stuff, just like they do to all of us in this room and all of you online. And I would recommend downloading that and reading that. It goes over a lot of things that I can't go over today. But one of the most important things that it does, for instance, we did it in Groove, and with Groove, by giving part of the software platform away for free, just getting people to go, I don't get it, what's the catch? There's certainly other things that we could sell those people after that, but we were able to put, in the first year, we were able to put about 300,000 users onto the platform, and over a few years, over 1 million users on the platform, and build a Facebook group with 150,000 people. If I had nothing else in my company other than that Facebook group, I could just get rid of everybody in my company and easily make $20,000 a month just with that Facebook group. And it starts out by giving something away for free. After you give something away for free, in that report you'll see you can make special offers to people and then build it around from there. All right, so moving on next. The next question that I want you to ask is, this is where you start the campaign, okay? When you're saying, okay, I have a product, a service, a coach or client or whatever the case may be, I want you to start out with, what problem do I solve? The biggest thing that you want to know when you're creating a campaign, or you're creating a Facebook ad or a TikTok ad or a short or a YouTube video or anything, especially in direct response marketing, is asking yourself, what problem do you solve? Because that's what's going to attract people into your marketing. People, they tend to move, they want to avoid pain more than they want to move towards pleasure. But those are the two things that we ultimately want to do. We want to help people move towards pleasure or avoid pain. So any product or service that you have, if you're watching at home, it's okay if I don't see your eyes now because I know you picked up a pen and you wrote down, what problem do I solve? You start from there, and that will allow you to start building out your campaign. Next, and I'm going to move through a lot of these things very quickly. We just don't have time for me to deep dive into all of these different things. But that's okay. I've got some other presentations on YouTube. I'll tell you more about them at the end of the slides. So in copywriting, this is the formula that any good copywriter is going to use. Everything around your sales letter, your video sales letter, your ad is going to follow or should follow this formula. Problem, agitate, solve. And many of us leave out the agitate, right? We just go from, here's the problem. If you have this problem, I can help you. You want to identify the problem that's holding them back, all right? You want to agitate. I put there, pour salt on the wound, and then solve. And it's not just solve, it's how you solve this better than anybody. And you have to make, we're going to talk about that in a minute, the promise of your premise. But let's talk about the middle one here, all right? I like to use this example when I talk about problem, agitate, solve. The problem, you have acne, right? Agitate. Let's stop to talk about that in our sales letter. Hey, do you ever feel that when you're talking with people and you're talking, and as you're talking, you see them staring at you, but you're wondering, my gosh, are they looking at my acne? Even though they're not, you're thinking, oh, they're probably looking at that whitehead on my face, and then you start sweating right here, and you start getting dry in the mouth, and you start stumbling your words. Well, maybe that's holding you back at your job. Maybe that's not giving you the confidence to ask for a raise. Maybe that's not allowing you to look somebody in the eye, and maybe you can't find a lover, or it's not asking you, giving you a chance to get asked out to the prom. And you just really build on this thing, because that is in the point in the sales letter where we have to get the emotion out of this person. And it's not that we say the problem is greater than it actually is. We have to put them into a state of saying, I need to get out of it. If we cannot get people to a point, Tony Robbins talks about this, if we don't get them to a point where they want to change, they're not going to change, and they're not going to move forward. This isn't about getting their credit card at the end. Getting their credit card is a byproduct of us providing value to people. But if we can't get them to want to change their state and understand how this is a terrible place for them to be, they're not going to want to make that change. Let's not talk about getting the credit card out. Let's talk about allowing you to serve them and doing better for them. And the byproduct of that is getting their credit card. All right, next. All right, so look at this visual. It's so pathetic. I didn't have time to keep working on the images, but I said to, I think it was Gemini, it was part of the slide deck, and they had a little thing like generate slide, and I did it like 3 times. I said, I got to get moving here. But I said, give me an image of somebody that's, their back is breaking, bending over, and it's kind of like in that infomercial where it's like, are you tired of working on the floors? And then you see the person like, it's always in black and white, and they're like, and then the lady looks at the camera and goes, there's got to be a better way. And they say, introducing, right? And so this is what we want to do in ours, but look at this thing. It like shows the person tied up. I don't know if you noticed that. The back of the hands like have rope. So and it looks like Sam Altman from OpenAI. So I don't know. Maybe it's trying to get back at their creators. But the whole point is here. What we want to do in this problem, agitate, solve, is learn from the infomercials. Learn from that point in the commercials where they show how difficult life is currently, and the only thing that's going to change everything is our current solution, right? So this is the point that when we're identifying the problem, we want to think, how does the infomercial do it? What are they showing? What life is like without the product, and then we're going to show them the promised land, what life is like today. You just said it, somebody, and forget it, right? So that's Ron Popeil, right? He first goes and shows you how difficult everything, and look at it, the grease is falling over the place, you're getting bad calories and everything. By the end of the commercial, he has everybody on board, and he says, you just said it and forget it, right? And that's because we're showing them the promised land, and we want our folks to be able to identify that with us as well. All right, so hooks and headlines and frameworks. I like to break them down pretty simple, and then we could go from there and work them now with AI and ChatGPT. That's the beautiful thing, is we can start from these different things. So I'm going to go to the next slide here, and we want to focus on these two right here, and we'll go with the third one. The first one, feeling frustrated that, right? So now that you've identified the problem, how do you start your YouTube video, your short, or your ad, or anything like that? And you start with, and put this into ChatGPT, and say, give me variations of this so that I could test these. But it's feeling frustrated that, and then whatever it is, you're not getting enough leads in your business, right? Well, if you have a support problem, that your support desk is blowing up and your customers aren't happy. So feeling frustrated, that is a great way to start. And if you're moving people towards some abundance or pleasure, put, are you ready to achieve? Achieve is a very powerful word as well. And then put that into ChatGPT with your benefits and have it give you some different things to test. And one of my favorite is how to achieve the really, really good without the really bad. And then one thing you can add to that is in a very specific amount of time. So if we want to see like the perfect headline, right, that I could use, certainly, look at all this double chin stuff I'm suffering from. So you can say something like, how to lose 15 pounds in the next 8 weeks without giving up any of the foods that you love or any additional exercise, right? Okay, sign me up, right? What is that, right? That's the really good without the bad, right? I love to eat pizza, and I don't want to be at the gym an hour a day. Well, so if you take your current business and put that into the formula, say how to achieve the really good benefit of your product without all of the objections that they think that your product or other things that your competitors do, you'll be in heaven. All right, next. This is a great way to start a webinar or a video sales letter, okay? In the next 60 minutes, I'm gonna show you exactly how to, all right? How this product or service or this method, if it's a webinar, I'm gonna show you exactly how you can achieve X, Y, Z. I like to call this the big, bold promise. This promise should be so big and so outrageous, yet 100% true, that the person on the other end goes, that can't be possible. But if it is, what would actually happen, right? So let me give you an example of that. In the next 10 minutes and 21 seconds, I'm going to show you 5 things that you can do that will double the results of your next webinar, guaranteed. So what I want you to do is look at how much money you made on your last webinar, multiply it times 2, and then say that's going to be the result if you can give me the next 60 minutes, right? So that's a pretty big, bold promise, right? You're going to double. You're going to double. I did $32,000 on my last webinar. You're telling me I'm going to make $64,000? I doubt it. But what if it's true? All right, now I'm in, right? It's something that, okay, there's five things that we can do. So put that into your presentation. Start with that big, bold promise. Start from the beginning. Be proud of what you have and tell them in the next 60 minutes, I'm going to show you the exact system that can get you these results. I think we just had that. All right. This is really the core of the presentation here. And this is a skill, but it's something that you can work with talking with people that are very, very good at offers. And I put here Steve Jobs, frame with metaphors. Steve knew something that was, he was one of the best in the world at it. And we always laugh now at like Samsung, and they would have the same exact picture with their CEO, and they would say something like, all your music, 50 gigabytes of storage space. Now, let's be honest, we don't know if it's 50 gigabytes or 50 megabytes. Like, I don't even know, like, because that doesn't mean anything. But when you say 1,000 songs in your pocket, that makes a lot more sense. And I wasn't supposed to have the virtual vending machines on there. That was the last one. And that's the hook that I used for a product that we launched a couple of months ago called Affiliate Pages. And this is what I said that Russell and I and folks like us will really sit around and we'll talk with people, and they're like, how about this? And you got to be nice to them, and you got to listen. And you're like, no, that's just not it. Like creating affiliate, what does this product do? It creates affiliate pages with AI, right? So basically what you do, it's like a ClickFunnels for affiliate pages. There's a pre-made template, or you could drag blocks, but the old school way would be that you have to go and write the review. What this one does is you go and find other people's reviews, and you put their URL in, their URL, their URL. Then you find 3 or 4 people that did it on YouTube. You put their URL in. You say, generate knowledge base. After it does that, you click write review, and it writes the review, and it puts your affiliate link, and you publish, and you have an affiliate review page made in about 30 seconds. Now, if you think that that's the way that you want to present, and this is the whole premise of my presentation. Most of us are going to try to create a hook around that. And we're going to try to be like, say something like, what if you could create affiliate pages in minutes instead of days? That's what most of us do. When you truly understand how to create a hook, it's creating this metaphor, like Steve Jobs said, 1,000 songs in your pocket. So what I spent weeks coming up with, actually, I came up with it in a minute, but weeks until I could arrive on something that I liked. I came up with something called virtual vending machines, all right? So who's ever seen a YouTube video, and you can just raise your hand at home as well, or here in the room, where there's some person, and they'll start with like, in this like garage or something with all these coins, and like, hey, welcome. So I'm in the vending machine business, and what we're gonna do today, we're gonna get in my truck, and we're gonna drive around, and we're gonna go to these different vending machines, and then the person goes into a laundromat, and he says, okay, here, and he brings out some money, and then he goes and he drives around to like 7 different places, and he pops them down, and he goes, well, there you go. This one brought in $983. This one brought in $1,162, and there we go. I have these vending machines that made me, let's calculate it all up, $8,362 last month, and now I'm in the vending machine business. And then a guy like me goes, I swear to you, oh, that's cool. I wonder if I should have some vending machines, right? Right? So what we do is we establish in this scenario how cool it would be to be able to get into the vending machine business. And the next thing that I did is I built this up like, wouldn't it be really cool? And then I just bring it crashing down. Well, the only thing that they're not telling you is that you have to buy these vending machines. So you got to get a loan for each one of these different things. And now after you have a vending machine, you're really in the door-to-door salesman business, because you have to now knock on somebody's door and say, is the owner here? Yeah, how can I help you? No, thank you. Sweating, Boca Raton, Florida, go to the next place, ask if you can put a vending machine in. What does the person say if they say yes? What are you going to give me? I want 30% of it. Or they're going to say, I want, you can rent the space for $300. The next thing you're going to realize is when you go to collect your money, the guy that cleans the floors at night moved your machine, unplugged it, never plugged it back in. Somebody was upset. They cracked the glass, et cetera, et cetera. And now you say, okay, getting in the vending machine business sounds cool. but it's really a lot more work. Well, what if I could give you the really, really good without the really bad? What if I could put you into the vending machine business where you could get all of this stuff and it would be mailbox money, something that you could set up one time, but you don't have to buy the machine, you don't have to buy inventory, you don't have to go blah, 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 blah. We know from the infomercial, right? The back breaking, what's the next line? Introducing, right? And I don't know that I would say introducing. That's where I would say, that's what I want to go over with you today, introducing affiliate pages. It gives you the same thing, and I call these virtual vending machines. This is like a silent salesperson that will work for you 24 hours a day without having to buy the machines or the inventory, and then you list all of these different things. Did that kind of click? Did that make sense for you here? This is one of the hardest parts. It is a learned skill, but it is something that I want you to think about. Your hook doesn't necessarily, this is why Russell talked about it, hook, story, offer. And we talk about these things that are the hooks. It's these 1,000 songs in your pocket. We have to start with a metaphor. We have to meditate on some of these things rather than just saying the obvious, on the nose, as we call it. Or just saying, hey, what if you could build affiliate pages in minutes instead of days? That's great. We're going to get to that somewhere else, but we want to get these things built in. Russell would talk about hook, story, offer. This would be the hook. Then we tell that little story that I did, and then we say, can I show you the demo? And it's probably next, right? Your story, virtual vending machines. When you get into your presentation, if you have an opportunity, if you're doing a VSL, this is not necessarily going to be in an ad, but if you're doing a VSL and certainly a webinar, when you get to the story part, you have to follow this formula. What life was like before you had the product, the struggle. We were at Funnel Hacking Live back in February, I think it was, something like that. And Tony Robbins was on stage. And Tony Robbins talks about this. He'll always talk about the struggle. If any of you know Tony Robbins' story, he talks about when somebody came to give a Thanksgiving dinner to his father, and his father was too proud to take it, and he told the guy, and they were starving, and he said, no, take it away. Or he talks about how he was sleeping in a car when he was first working for Jim Rohn. Why is that so important? We want to show people, well, of course it's easy for you. You're Russell Brunsen, right? But what about me? So when we say to people, I once had it worse than you, they can say to themselves, okay, I think I understand. This person wasn't always like that. And we have to let our ego come out of this sometimes. Sometimes we're a real powerful woman, and we're showing ourselves, and we're beautiful, and we're on stage, and we have all of this influence. And sometimes we have to show that slide that says, this is me in 2017 when I was on stage at an event, what nobody knew I was just about to be evicted from my house and everything like that. And we capture people with emotion, right? Got to move a little quick here, but I think we're going to be right on time. Next is the inciting event, okay? This is something that comes right out of the screenplay, right? If you look at the hero's journey, that we start in the day of the life of Frodo Baggins or whoever it is, and then in the movie, there's the inciting event. This is what kicks off everything into motion. So now remember, the inciting event is not the eureka moment. This is the situation, if you saw the movie The Wolf of Wall Street, right? Leonardo DiCaprio playing Jordan Belfort. Not that I like that guy too much, but he shows up in a Ferrari or a Porsche outside, and the inciting event for the Jonah Hill character comes up and he goes, is that your car out there? Yes. Whatever, you don't have to pay me, you can do anything. So this is the story of like, I was in a gas station, I was out to dinner, and I met this person, or whatever was the inciting event that happened, that's gotta be part of your story, all right? Then you transition to the eureka moment. That's when you stumbled across something. So didn't I give you guys a eureka moment? I didn't even realize it, but right? I said I was at Gary Benzavenka's blog, and he sent me an email, and I went to his website, and I learned about the power of free, okay? That for me was, the inciting event was me signing up for his newsletter. The eureka moment was when I got it, I applied it, and actually got results, all right? When you try something, you get results, and you wanna capture that day. It's like the dollar on the wall on the pizza place. It's something significant that validates what you're gonna show people today actually works. Okay, then you move to what life is like today. So let's fast forward now 6 months. Let me show you what my life is like today. And this is everything from your business, your quality of life, and all those different things, all right? And then finally, that allows you to say, so this is a system that I've worked on for the last 2 years. Put a 1 in the chat, raise your hand. Would it be okay if I show that system with you today? Great, the chat is blowing up. Awesome, everybody's exciting, great. So let me show you my system. And then you go to, I think I got these slides messed up, so, but this is an important part here. The next slide basically says you show the system, you show the demo, you show them what life could be like with your product. It's very important that you use case studies, and here's the biggest mistake that I see with case studies, okay? Most of us will use case studies at the end of a webinar when they're running out of time, and we start clicking through the slides. Here's another one. You kind of get the picture. It works, right? Because you have 4 or 5 of these different things, and you kind of feel like it's breaking the mold. What you want to do is you want to use these case studies inside of the presentation. So if you want to get to the point where it says, this is going to take a lot of time. Well, let me show you what one of our busy professionals has to say. This person actually works 2 jobs, has kids that they got to pick up for soccer practice and all this, and this is what they said. As a busy professional, I didn't think I would have time, right? So handle your objections inside of your presentation, all right? There's one person that I saw use objections better than anybody in the world, Russell Brunsen. I saw him do this at our stage. I think it was Traffic Genesis Live. He was doing a ClickFunnels presentation. It's probably the best presentation I'd ever seen in my life. I always say if there was 400 people in the room, he sold 450 because every one of my employees and every speaker bought this thing. It was a launch of ClickFunnels. And he basically, with Russell's energy, hey, everybody, I'm going to show you how we can build a funnel in 15 minutes. Who wants to volunteer? You, great. Come on up. Set the timer. All right, tell us a little bit about your business. They had somebody sitting there. All right, they're building the funnel, everything like that. By the time it's all done, stop. Look at that, 14 minutes and 14 seconds. Look at that, it's great. Nobody had ever seen anything like this before. And we just built an entire funnel for somebody, upsell page, thank you page, everything in under 15 minutes. And then what Russell realized was that your product creates objections for people that they didn't have until they bought your product. Now, it's kind of hard to understand, so I'll give you 2 ways. One, I'll show you how Russell did it, and I'm going to show you how an example. So let's say you're on a game show, and they said, you won this brand new Cessna airplane. You're going to go, I've got objections now. Where am I going to keep this thing? I don't know how to fly it. How much gas is this thing going to take, right? So if we give you something and then we handle the objections like, but don't worry, we're going to give you a free pilot for 2 years. We're going to give you free storage for your airplane. And if you're interested, we're going to give you free flight lessons. Okay, great. So Russell realized if you buy ClickFunnels today, you're still going to have objections, right? So he said something, so like, you can build your funnels in 14 minutes, you're gonna have your pages, you're gonna have everything hosted, and then somebody said to me, Russell, I can build my pages, I can host them and everything, but all of the pages say lorem ipsum. And it got me thinking, oh, you know, I have a course on copywriting. Would that be okay if I gave that to everybody included here today for free? It was like, yeah, they clap. And he goes, so now you can do this, you can do this, you can host your pages, it takes care of everything, it'll have copy. And then one person walked up to me and said, Russell, I could do all of these things, but how am I gonna get traffic? Oh my gosh. It got me thinking, well, I have a course on traffic called Traffic Secrets. Would it be okay if I threw that bonus in for you as well? So what I want to let you know is that your product sometimes in your offer, you're already handing these things out as module 2, module 3, module 4. Take them out. Take the core part of your product and make that the core product, and then bring up the objections. Now, some of you may be asking, how am I going to do this? Well, great. I made a deal with this company to give you free hosting, or whatever the case may be. And whatever objections they have on your webinar, when they start saying, hey, what about this? Find a way to turn those into bonuses so that you could put them in the presentation before you have to answer objections later. All right, I got 1 minute and 16 seconds. You do your demo, as I said, life is beautiful. The promised land. Many of us focus on the features, the advantages, and the benefits. We don't focus on the mental payoff. And so let me give you an example about that. Let's say you have a health and wellness problem. You're talking about six-pack abs, right? We think that people want the six-pack abs. That is not what they want. You have to ask yourself the question. You have to, after you say, this is the feature, the advantage, the benefit, and then put this word in there. It'll really help you. What that really means is, now you won't be embarrassed about taking your shirt off at the beach, right? What is the actual promised land that people get when they have our product? It's not just more traffic. It's not better leads. what is the promised land that's going to happen? And it's not necessarily just more money. Talk about the quality of life. Show the person what would happen if they had all of these things. What would that do for their life, their time with their friends, their family, their kids, all of these different things. Don't be afraid to tie in the promised land, because at the end of the day, they don't want the six-pack abs. They really want to be able to take their shirt off at the beach and look comfortable, all right? And look at that, 2 seconds left. Talk about a professional, right? There's more on this on YouTube. You could search Mike Filsame, no fail offer, or Mike Filsame explains the offer on YouTube. And I have some videos that are more like 40 minutes that really break some of this down if you liked it more. And make sure to do it after the live stream. You don't want to be doing it now. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks.
Let's give it up for Mike Filsame. Good job, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah. Holy smokes. Was that just not a masterclass in like all things marketing? You can tell this guy has a wealth of experience, has been around for a long time. Like, that was masterful. I absolutely loved it. I mean, problem, agitate, solve, like talking about how people will either move towards pleasure, but even more so, they'll move away from pain. Talking about hook, story, offer, virtual vending machines. I love this too about celebrating the wins. Like, oh my gosh, that dollar at the pizza store, like if it's the first dollar, all of you should be celebrating this stuff too. So matter of fact, in that same fashion, I don't think we celebrate each other enough. You know what? It's funny in our culture, it's hard sometimes to root for each other, right? A lot of times we're so caught up in this competition, right? You've got your platform, I've got my platform, I've got my offer, you have your offer, and we're always competing. It feels so inviting and so fresh to have Offerlab where we can collaborate, right? And we can celebrate each other's wins. But it's funny, in our culture, one of the only places that we really celebrate, and we celebrate hard, is like when our sports teams win, right? All of a sudden, they just won the Super Bowl, or the World Cup, or the NBA Finals, or whatever it is. All of a sudden, we freak out for these few players that we don't even know. You have other people that you know in your workspace, or, other entrepreneurs who are lonely just like you. How about we celebrate each other? So here's what we're going to do as we bring this next guest to the stage. Wherever you are, right, in the world, I need you out of your seat and celebrating just like your favorite team won the world championship. Is everybody all ready to play full out here? We're going to totally celebrate each other. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to bring up Guinevere Stacio. She has mastered the art of helping you turn your life experience into impact and income so you can spend time doing the things that you love and get paid beautifully doing it. Today, Guinevere will teach us the 5 most common mistakes that tank your offers before they even launch. Let's celebrate and bring up Guinevere Stacio. Let's go. There you go.
Thank you so much. Hello, can you guys hear me okay? Yeah. Yay! Okay, are we ready to get started? Today I'm going to talk to you about the 5 fatal mistakes that kill your offers before they even launch. Is anyone a fan of this show? It's like one of my favorite shows, so good. I will use these gifts forever and ever. Amen. One of the things that I've been noticing and that I love, and this is just totally off scripted, but all the speakers today, no matter what event I speak for, it just is, it like perfectly aligns where like every single person that speaks before you is like a compliment to exactly what you're going to speak about, even if we've never talked before. And I think that's like one of the most beautiful collaborations that we get to have. It's like a bonus. So I just wanted to recognize that. I think that's really cool. All right, here's a sobering statistic for you. 90% of offers fail, not because they're bad ideas, but because of preventable mistakes made before the offer ever sees the light of day. So after analyzing over 3,000 business ideas, I started to see this pattern. And the pattern was brilliant entrepreneurs, that's you guys, with game-changing ideas and insane impact potential were watching their offers flop. And it wasn't because the marketplace didn't need what they had. It was simply because they were skipping some of the foundation work that separates profitable offers from really expensive lessons. Who's learned a really expensive lesson? Okay, Yeah. I've learned plenty. It's why I'm here. Okay? And then what happens, right? So these offers flop for these amazing entrepreneurs, and then they lose faith. They give up. And they say things like, well, I just must not be cut out for this, right? And I don't want that, because here's what I know about you. You have impact to make in this world. You have life experiences, you have life skills, you have wisdom, you have things that other people need. So I want you out there being able to share it. So what do you say that we figure out the 5 mistakes so that we don't make them anymore, and you guys can move faster than I did? Does that sound good? Yeah. Okay. So how do I know, why should you even trust me? Well, I spent 7 years making these mistakes. You're welcome, so that you don't have to make them. Yay, okay? In 2023, I actually started over, completely from scratch, scratched everything, started from zero. And because of the 7 years prior and the mistakes that I had made, I was able to then quickly create a business that became a multiple 6-figure business. Pretty freaking cool, right? What people see on the front line, though, is they're like, oh my God, Gwen just started a business and it's a multiple 6-figure business. I am such a failure. I've tried before and I failed. But what they don't see is the 7 years of this is my first speaking event ever. I wore black so you couldn't see how much I was sweating. And it was horrible. It was horrible, right? But they don't see that. They only see this. So let's go through those mistakes so that we don't make them anymore, and I can help you guys skip the timeline. Okay, we can move faster. Does that sound good? So I've helped thousands of people validate offers through what I call the Waze theory. Have you used the Waze app before? Okay. I like it because it makes driving fun again, right? So it's like a video game. You've got you can see Waze users over here. They're waving at you. I don't even know how to become a Waze user, but you have a little character. And they give you little warnings when you're driving, right? So that's how I picture myself. I'm like, hey, I made these mistakes, so now I get to walk you through the Waze app. So I'm gonna go, hey, there's a pothole over there. You're definitely not gonna wanna go on that route, okay? Been there, done that. Oh, there's a shortcut. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna take this shortcut. I'm gonna help you skip the traffic. Don't take that route. Took it last month, dead end. You definitely don't want that, okay? And then I tell my students to think about themselves in this same exact way. You are taking people on a transformation. So we plug somebody in where they are, right? That's your current address. And then we plug them into a destination. And it doesn't have to be $1 million affiliate. It can just be I want to create my first affiliate offer, right? That's the destination. So sometimes we overthink what the destination needs to be, and then we think I'm not an expert enough, I can't do this, I don't know enough, and then they just walk away. We just need one simple transformation, and then you get to be the Waze app. Does that make sense? Okay, so you're gonna tell them where the potholes are. You're gonna give them the shortcuts. You're gonna tell them that one's a dead end, because you have at least a little bit of experience that your potential clients don't have. So the average person actually spends 6 to 12 months building their first offer, and they invest somewhere between $3,000 and $15,000 in time and resources before they ever find out if anyone actually wants to buy it. But not you, because you're here. So mistake number one. Mistake number one is building before validating. Most entrepreneurs fall in love with some sort of solution before they actually really understand what the problem is that their ideal customer has. And then they spend a ton of time building what they think people need instead of what people are actually asking for. So before you build anything, I want you to think about the POP method. POP stands for proof over profit. Okay, so we need proof that this stuff is out there. We need proof that people are looking for it. We need the hungry audience. We need to give them cookies, right? So where do we do that? We're going to research where your audience is already spending money in your niche. How? Who shops on Amazon? Every single person's hand should be up in this room. Who shops on Amazon? Everybody, right? So have you ever looked at the reviews on Amazon? Before you buy a product, it's literally the first thing that I do. Someone gives me an idea for a product, I'm like, oh, let me go check Amazon. Let me go down to the reviews and see what people are saying about it, right? No reviews, I might be a little hesitant about it. Good reviews, I'm probably gonna buy it. Bad reviews, I'm probably not. So we can go to Amazon reviews for books in topics that your client is looking for. So are there even books that exist? Are people buying them? What are the reviews, right? We can then go look at courses or programs or PDFs or products, whatever is out there in your topic, and look at the reviews. We can go to social media. We can find people talking about it. We can look at the comments. We can look at the questions. We can go to Reddit threads. Has anyone spent time in the Reddit threads? So good. There's so much gold in there. So here's my favorite thing to do. You go to Reddit and you type in help with any topic. Help with real estate, help with digital marketing, help with gardening, and you're gonna get a trove of information. You're gonna get people in there telling you what they've bought, what they like about it, what they don't like about it, what they wish existed, what they hate about it. If they could make it better, this is what they would do. And then guess what you get to do with that information? That's literally gold for you to go create your offer, because now you know what people want. We can also do things like running polls if you have social media. You can put a poll up in your stories. You could put a poll up on Facebook. You could just talk to people. You could just ask them, hey, what's your biggest struggle with gardening, right? The other thing you can do is you can survey your audience. We have so many ways to create free surveys now. And literally just Google Forms, create a survey, make it super simple. So I did this back in 2023. I sent out a survey. I bribed them a little bit. I was giving away a little bit of money, Amazon gift cards. All right, so I said, hey, if you can answer these 5 questions for me, I'll put you in a raffle to earn one of these Amazon gift cards. 250 people responded to that survey. That's a lot of information. I asked them what they loved, what they didn't love, what they wished existed, right? All of those questions that give us information. That is also gold. So here's your action step. Never build without finding at least 3 pieces of evidence that people are actively seeking or paying for solutions in the area, the topic that you want to teach on. Mistake number 2 is skipping what I call the differentiation blueprint. Another weight loss course, another social media course, another gardening course, right? If your offer sounds like everything else on the market, what's going to end up happening is that you're going to compete on price alone. So if you have how to garden for $400 and how to garden for $7, which one are people going to buy? $7, right? So if you're competing on price alone, you're never going to make a profit. So how do we differentiate you from the rest of the world? Let's say I had somebody who came to me and she wanted to teach Instagram growth strategies. That's what we would call the Red Sea, right? Like that's a crowded marketplace. There's a lot of stuff out there on Instagram growth. So we're gonna actually tap into her unique background and look at like where she's been, what skills she's had, what has she learned? And we find out that she is a former professional recruiter in the workplace, and she has some insights on how recruiters can use social media to vet their candidates before they even interview them, right? That's pretty different. So now instead of Instagram growth strategies, we have LinkedIn and Instagram optimization for employers. She's still teaching the same thing, but it's very specific, and now she's not competing on price. We could do the same thing with how to garden. How to garden. We could teach anybody how to garden. Let's say a busy mom comes to me and she's like, yeah, I've learned some tips and tricks and I want to help people learn how to garden. But then we dig a little deeper about who she is and what she's got going on. It turns out that she's a busy mom. She's got 5 kids. She lives in a difficult place to grow a bountiful garden, but she's figured out the tricks to feed her family from her garden. So now that goes to 30-minute gardens, how busy moms create abundant zone 5 harvests. I don't garden. I know nothing about gardening, but that sounded really good. Okay, I would buy that, right? So the differentiation blueprint pulls on your expertise and your wisdom. We can go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT for any answer, but what we can't get there is your unique experience and lived experience and strengths and skills, okay? Here are some good questions that you can ask to kind of find this differentiation. We can ask, what are people still complaining about, after buying the existing solutions that are already out there? What's missing from the current offers in your space? What unique perspective or experience or approach do you bring to the table? What things do people tell you that you do really well? And then what things are you naturally good at that people always ask you about? And then guess what you get to do with that? You get to position your offer as the bridge, right? So here's your action step for mistake number 2. You get to figure out how to explain why someone should choose your offer over the competition's offer in one sentence. And if you can't do that, then you likely don't have enough differentiation. Okay? Mistake number 3 is the wrong income model for your audience. I like to play the matching game here. So if you just choose how you'll make money based on what sounds exciting to you, rather than what makes sense for your audience's needs and learning preferences, you're probably not going to succeed. Okay? But the catch here is that you still need to be excited about how you present the material. So it's kind of a balance of the two things. Here's an example. If you were going to go teach a course for busy moms on becoming financially smart, which offer would we create? Would it be an 8-week live course with daily check-ins? Or would it be an 8-week self-led private podcast and community? Put it in the chat. Is it white or yellow? A or B? What do you think? Yellow. Why? Well, because our course for busy moms, our busy mom is not going to sit behind a computer and check in live every day. They're also probably not home a lot. They're playing taxi, right? Driving their kids everywhere. Okay, so we need something that fits their lifestyle and their needs. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. So how do we figure that out? Well, we can use those comments, those questions, those complaints, those survey results from mistake number 2's research, right? We want to consider where they spend their time. Someone who goes to the office every day probably has a commute, so maybe they need something they can access on a podcast, right? Someone who spends a lot of time at home, maybe they like to be on the computer, they like to write notes, right? So we just have to think about how our ideal audience spends their time. And then we get to listen to what they say in all those surveys and those responses, and then go create that. So for example, here's the matching game. If you have busy professionals who consume content on the go, you would probably want audio-based products or courses, or mobile-friendly templates or checklists. Maybe even like quick win digital products that they can implement in 30 minutes, right? For the people who want more step-by-step guidance, but prefer like a self-paced option, you're kind of middle of the road. Maybe it's a video course with worksheets, or a template package with training, or self-led programs with community support. And then, of course, you have your audience who might need a higher touch experience. So you have things like mentorships and group coaching programs or done-for-you services. And remember, your self-led, lower touch products are probably going to be less expensive than some of your higher touch products because you're spending more of your time. It is worth more of your time and your value. So your action step is to survey your audience or use your market research to gather data. Data is our best friend. Data tells us everything. If you want to know how to be good on social media, you're going to post at least 100 times, and then you're going to look at your analytics. And you're going to go, what's working, what's not working? Okay, I'm going to change what's not working. Right? So data is important. Mistake number 4 is creating offers in isolation. Been there, done that too many times. You talk about, or you think about building your offer to perfection, right? But like Sarah said, there is no perfect offer. And you don't get feedback from real potential clients before building it all out. So by then, you've invested all your time and all of your ego, and you're too far in now to like pivot to what the market actually wants. So what I like to input is something called the input to impact formula. So you can create a rough outline or a beta version. This is how I launched my most recent course, is I created an outline, and I invited people in. And I said, we're going to build this together. I didn't present it as like the all-knowing expertise. I said, hey, I want you to come on the journey with me. Okay, I want you to build it with me because what I want to create is exactly what you want. So if you could give me your opinions and your feedback as we go, then we can build something together. And I gave them a beta price, right? Like a less price. You can share it with 5 to 10 ideal customers that you already know. You probably already talked to somebody who already wants what you want to create. Just go talk to them. Ask them to come in and test it out. And then when you're done, you hold a community call, you send out a survey, you ask them questions. People love to give you their opinion. Like, they love to do that, especially if it means that now you have something that you've created that is almost perfect for them because they've told you what they wanted, right? So you're going to ask, what's missing? What did you love? What would you change? What's most valuable, right? And then you're going to refine it based on the feedback before you build out the full version. But once you build the full version, you already have what you know people already want. So your smart ways to gather feedback are to offer early bird pricing in exchange for feedback, to create a wait list and to survey your subscribers, to run live workshops so you can test the actual content you want to teach, join groups or threads where your ideal customers hang out. And I don't want you to be afraid to not look like an expert. Okay? If you are 10% ahead, it means you're 100% of service to somebody who just doesn't know what you know. And let them know, like, I'm doing this, I want your opinions, I want your feedback. And I feel like that makes people more invested in what you're building. So your action step is to never launch an offer until it's been reviewed by at least 5 people who represent your ideal customers. Mistake number 5 is launching without a trust building system. This has been a theme throughout today, trust. If you expect people to buy from you immediately without establishing credibility and authority or relationships first, even the best offers will fail. Let me ask you, would you hand over money to someone who you just met based on like one single interaction, just blindly? Right? Probably not, right? Probably not. So we need to create valuable content. And before you ask, let's just talk about what does value mean, because I get this question all the time. What is value? Value is just creating a connection. We're just sharing our story. You can create free content, webinars, teaching, share your story, share your transformation, showcase your clients' results or potential results. If somebody said, if you don't have client results yet or testimonials, you can just say, hey, if you came to me with this problem, this is exactly how I'd show you how to solve it. Okay? There's your testimonial. And then provide consistent value through content, social media, email, talking, conversations. And you want to have a plan before asking your audience to buy anything. You've got to warm them up, right? So the thing is that every successful offer that you see out there has been through multiple iterations based on market feedback. The entrepreneurs making money are not the ones with perfect ideas. They're the ones who validate, test, and refine until they find what works. So you're going to pick one idea, you're going to choose one research method, and you're going to get feedback from 5 potential customers before you build anything. The Offerlab platform is going to make collaboration and commission splits and driving traffic to your offers seamless, but the foundation of every successful collaboration will always be a validated, differentiated offer that solves real problems for real people. Don't let these fatal mistakes kill your offers before they even launch. Follow the foundation, then watch your collaboration efforts through Offerlab actually convert. Thank you, guys.
Let's give it up for Guinevere Stacio.
Thank you.
Wow, so much gold in that one. I love this. 90% of offers fail not because they're bad ideas, but mistakes before the offer. And then one of my favorites here too is the pop thing, right? Proof over profit. I see this over and over, for example, let's just say webinars. I see this over and over and over where people are like, well, I've got to build my entire course. I have to build my entire thing before I can even go sell it. Well, maybe you should just go work on selling it to see if it's something that somebody actually wants. So I love that. Yeah, proof over profit. So good. All right, well, remember too, click right there. Click right there. Get going in Offerlab, the lab, right? All right. We're going to keep moving on. Our next guest could not be here with us, but his last name is Sharp. So here's what I'm going to have you do. I'm going to have you wield your sword and just cut down the competition. But in this case, we're collaborating. But we'll just do that one time for fun, all right? You guys ready for that? You're going to play full out? I see you back there. I want to see you guys pulling out your sword, right? Jessica's always giving me the nod. I love it. I see you right there. Yeah, she's ready to chop it down. Okay, competition. All right, you guys ready? So this is, he's going to be joining us from Florida because he's not here today, but I still want you to give it up for him. This is David Sharp. He's gone from homeless high school dropout to building a 9-figure online empire and training over 1 million entrepreneurs worldwide. Featured in Forbes and recognized on the Inc. 5000 2 different times in the last 5 years. He's not here to hype. He's here to expose what he calls the trust recession and hand you the trust framework that he has generated over 130 million in online sales in the last 5 years during the pandemic. Get ready to rethink marketing. Please welcome to the Offerlab virtual stage, the legendary David Sharp.
Can you be trusted online? I asked this question to a group of 100 people on a webinar the other day who paid to be there, who paid to learn how to make money online, to build a business online. Every single one of them said yes. Every single one of them said yes. And I ask you the same question. Can you be trusted by your clients? I want you to imagine for a second that your clients were doing a trust fall. Would they trust you to actually catch them? We're going to talk about how to make that an absolute yes inside of this training. Welcome to the Offerlab launch, my friends. My name is Dave Sharp. I could not be there in person, but Russell and I set up a little scenario where I could be here on stage from my mastermind that I'm hosting here in Nashville this weekend and still be able to give you guys some training. I'm going to be talking about what is behind all of these kind of weird orange stickers here. And what's behind there is a breakdown of a framework that I'm using inside of my marketing that's different than what we've all kind of learned over the past 10 or 20 years. Because I believe that we're in a trust recession right now. I believe that if you look around online, you see customers that are more skeptical. You see people that are more distrustful of offers. We see also marketers who haven't really come around to realize the reason why they're not getting sales is not totally because ad costs. It's not totally because they have a broken funnel. It's because of what they're saying and how they're saying it. And so I want to give you a framework inside of this training that's going to help you to be able to overcome this big burden that we're all facing in what I'm calling, and some are too, a trust recession. All right, so what I've broken down here is a framework, and it's a frame because framing something is really important when you're marketing something, when you're selling something. And the way that you frame it, the way that you talk about it, can make or break how somebody sees it. It's kind of like the same way that a picture on the wall would have a different look if you put it in a different frame. And so this particular frame has 4 sides to it. In the top of this frame is trust. It's the way that you're going to overcome the skepticism and the distrust and just all of this, the things that are going on inside of this trust recession, is you're going to first start with trust. And these are sort of going to be some a checklist in a sense that you can kind of go through, and then I'm going to put it all together at the end so you can see and hear what a pitch will actually sound like. And so under the trust part of this framework, you have your testimonials, you have your guarantees, you have consistency, okay? You have proof, and of course, social proof. Now, these are the same things that give you trust inside of a normal relationship inside of your life, right? If you hear a testimonial from somebody else, if you have a guarantee or some sort of a risk reversal, if you have consistency from somebody in a relationship, that usually creates trust. So what this may mean inside of our content is being more consistent, showing up on a regular basis at the same time. I went live from 2020 to 2025 and did over $100 million in sales by essentially marketing through this trust frame and going live every single day, or at least 5 days a week. I went live actually interviewing my clients, and over that time period, we did actually over $130 million in sales from January of 2020 all the way up till today. And a lot of it was because of the consistency of me showing up online every day, going live at 10 a.m. Eastern time. We did that. We built our fan page from 0 to 160,000 organic likes without running ads. The power of this framework is that you can actually use organic and free strategies to do sales without having to run ads. And if you run ads without using this framework, then your ad costs are going to be more expensive. So let's move on, because we're limited in time, to the second part of the trust framework, okay, which is transparency, okay? And what transparency means in terms of marketing is, what are the costs? Like, be upfront about what the costs are. Address the objections up front instead of waiting for people to ask you or ask a salesperson on your team, a closer, or ask. I mean, most of the time, if you don't address the objections up front, they don't ask at all. They just don't buy, right? Be transparent if there's an affiliate relationship. Be transparent if you actually get a commission. People need it to make sense why you're promoting something. And one of the reasons why a lot of people have a hard time when they start out as affiliates is because they're like selling stuff and like posting videos and promoting things. But the people who see your content don't really understand why you're wasting your time doing that. But if you told them, hey, I get a commission from this, it costs nothing extra to you, I just want to be transparent about that so you understand, full disclosure, people are like, okay, that makes sense. Like, now I understand why this guy or gal is posting content like a maniac every single day on the internet. Let's move on to the next part of the trust framework, okay? And this is all about authenticity, okay? When we make an offer, when we promote something, if we run it through this frame, if we sell through this frame, this is the frame that works in 2025 and beyond. And maybe we'll go get to a place to where the marketplace just trusts without verifying, or trusts like maybe they did back a decade ago, to where most of the time, if you just ran an ad, people would click and buy. It was new, it was sexy, the competition was low. Now, competition is higher. People are shadier. People are just saying anything, making all kinds of claims. So authenticity, what does that mean? Well, it means to tell your story more, but not just your story, also your flaws. Make yourself relatable. A framework that I've used, I actually learned this when I was getting sober in AA and NA 16 years ago. Somebody asked me to tell my story. I said, I don't know how. They said, just tell them what it was like, what happened, and what it's like now. This gives you a storytelling framework to be able to share your testimonial or your personal authentic story of why you're promoting it. Here you gave them the transparency. Yeah, I earn a commission. Yeah, I have a business relationship. Letting them know that there's an incentive for you to do what you do. It makes sense logically, right? That here we're addressing the logical part of the sale. Down here, we're addressing the emotional part with the story, with the flaws, with the relatability. Right? This is where we tell them our hero story, our origin story. And there's lots of different frameworks. Russell's got some. I've got some. The bottom line is share it, tell it. Doing it imperfectly is better than doing it or not doing it at all. Okay? Last but not least, value is not enough anymore. Okay? This whole big thing about value in your content, it's 2014, it's 2023, it's 2020. Value is an ambiguous word that a lot of people don't really understand when you're trying to teach them, hey, you need to deliver value. Let me break down what you need to do instead of just delivering value. You need to deliver results in advance, okay? Results in advance. What does this mean? Your free stuff should be as good as your paid stuff. That's the point. And a lot of people wonder, especially when you're creating offers, you know, should I keep all the best stuff for if they pay? Well, the truth is that you should have some great stuff if they pay. But in order to be competitive in the marketplace nowadays with your free content and with your promotions, you have to provide results in advance. And over here, I'm going to explain to you a little bit about what that actually means, okay? And what that framework looks like in actual play. All right, so here's what this would sound like if you don't use the trust frame, okay, to sell and market your offers through, okay? This is my $497 course, buy it, which honestly is what a lot of people sound like in the marketplace. They're not saying anything. They're not telling their story. They're not providing results in advance. Instead, with the trust frame, your pitch might sound like over 10,000 people have launched businesses using this. That's the trust part, okay? Now we move on to the transparency part. It's $497 one time, no upsells or hidden cost. And if there is upsells or hidden costs, you can hint to that. You can let them know that. But letting them know upfront what they're going to experience, what they can expect, it's the same sort of trust that builds relationships with children. And I do have small children. So one of the things that I look at when I'm marketing to to prospects, to people that I don't know, is if I said it that way to my child, would it build trust or would it break trust, right? And for me, I don't know about you and your kids. I know I got a 9-year-old girl who wants to know everything about what's happening for the rest of the week, where she's got to be, what she's got to do with dance, with school, who's picking her up. And so by giving that information about, hey, here's what you can expect, that transparency in this season of the marketplace works better than ever, right? And of course, wrapping that in authenticity, right? Now we move on. I created this because I was once broke and confused. Remember what it was like, what happened, and what it's like now. Last but not least, the results in advance. We teach the what for free and the why for free, and then we sell the how. So I'm actually going to make it make sense to them inside of the pitch. I want them to understand and be able to see what they're going to do. I want them to be able to envision that. I want them to be able to understand why they're going to be taking those specific actions. This is why it makes sense. This is why we do it this way. This is why it's different than other things that you've seen out there. And if you want me to help you implement it, then click below and get enrolled, right? We sell the implementation. We sell the how. Now, way too many people are focusing too much on the how in their content. And while there's this sort of race to deliver the most amount of value, it's actually these other pieces before you get down to this part that actually seal the deal. These just give them an idea that you know what you're talking about and help them to see what they're about to do. What most people do is they focus, at least right now in their content, on just the how. If I can just show them everything about where to point and click, but the problem is if you only focus on the how without these other pieces, then they may miss the what, or they may miss the why you do it that way. Or if you don't tell them or include the other components or elements of the trust frame, such as transparency, such as authenticity in your story, they are going to buy from somebody else who does. So I hope that that was valuable to you. I have limited time here, so of course, I wanted to give you as much about the trust framework as possible. And this is a framework that you can frame or reframe your offers by using elements that may not have been as important in marketing in previous decades, but it is important right now. It's more important than ever. And it's really important here on Offerlab, because I think what we have an opportunity to do with Offerlab is really have a group of marketers and online entrepreneurs really setting a standard in the marketplace, really setting a standard in the industry, and showing people, including people who have been here, but also new affiliates and new offer creators that are coming into the game, how to do it right. And here's why this is really important for all of us to police each other, all of us to bring each other up on our awareness, help each other, remind each other of these elements and why they're so important in our offers and our marketing. And the reason why is because, what is it? All boats rise or fall with the tides. It's true. If we have an industry full of people who are just making crazy claims, who are not being transparent, who are not building adequate trust and showing adequate proof, guess what it does? It makes us all look bad. And then that begins to affect your sales, your ad cost, and everything else. And here's the great news for you. If other people choose not to market through the trust frame that I've just explained here, if they choose not to sort of embrace these strategies and this concept, then guess what? You are going to stand head and shoulders above your competition. You are going to crush your competitors and scoop up all of the sales and the commissions that are up for grabs here inside of the marketplace. Because the bottom line here, and I want to end with this, I want to really drive this home. We are not in a buyer's recession. People have not stopped spending money. They've just become more on purpose and skeptical as to who they spend money with. So if you use the trust framework, you can expect to have better relationships with your customers. You can expect to have a longer career. Yes, my friend, I said career in this business, and you can expect to have more success on Offerlab, and I'm here for it. My name is Dave Sharp. Be legendary. Russell, thank you so much. Everybody, let's go crush it, and I'll talk to you soon.
Let's give it up for Dave Sharp. Come on now. And remember, keep going right there. That's where you need to be, inside the lab. Offerlab, go check it out. One of my favorite things from that, just looking at that trust framework, I'll share one takeaway that I had that I thought was really, really cool, is teach them. Everybody's so worried, right, about giving their best things up front, and then I don't have anything to sell. But here was the simple formula that Dave just shared with us. Teach them the what they need and why they need it, but then reserve the how for those that buy. That was absolute gold for me too. All right, we're gonna keep this party going with another person who's not here today, but we're still gonna welcome them. And you know what? This person is an absolute master, and you know what masters do? They start with the basics, right? Cobra Kai's been a big thing in the last couple of years. Anybody seen Cobra Kai? That's kind of fun, right? From the Karate Kid stuff, Mr. Miyagi. And what does Mr. Miyagi have Danielson do, right? He's like having him wax on, wax off. He's having him paint the fence. So here's what we're going to do for this next guest. We are just going to wax on and wax off. All right, virtual people, I'm watching you. If you don't do it, I'm going to come find you. All right, we're going to do it. I love it. Here we go. This is Matt Garrett. Matt has been making money online since 1999 and has tried pretty much everything with varying levels of success. Building high-value membership bonuses as an affiliate and product creator has been his most powerful income tactic for the last decade. The collaboration and partnership potential of Offerlab is the next evolution of distributed offers that takes what he already does to an absolute new level. Let's welcome Matt Garrett to the stage. Wax off.
Hi, I'm Matt Garrett on behalf of the Promote Labs Inc. team. And what we're about to show you could completely flip the way you think about product creation. Because we believe, and this is probably a reframe for you, the product is the traffic. Let me explain why. The problem that most product creators face. Most creators launch a product, then immediately hit a wall. Where do I get traffic? How do I get affiliates? Why isn't anyone sharing this? It becomes a constant grind to promote, and it's exhausting. What if I told you there's another way? We call this the syndication mindset. Instead of building products just to sell them, you build your product so that other people want to plug it into their funnel. You don't chase traffic, you attract collaborations. And now with Offerlab, that's not only possible, it's simple to do. So here's why this works in Offerlab. Offerlab is built for bundles, for bonus stacking, for co-funnels, for shared funnels with multi-vendor payouts. So instead of asking, how do I get people to promote me? Instead you ask, how do I make my product irresistible to plug in, i.e. to get other people to want it in their funnels to promote it themselves? Traits of a syndication-ready product. Here's what makes a great collab-friendly product. First of all, it's modular. It can be used as a front end, a bonus, or an upgrade. Secondly, it has secure delivery, so there's no hassle for partners making sure people get what they've paid for. Third, easy integration. One-click import into Offerlab using one of their native platform connections, such as ClickFunnels, Shopify, or Product.io. And leverage ready. It's designed to drive affiliate success and trust. Here's the quick framework. Create once, syndicate everywhere. We use a hybrid 3-part framework. Number 1, AI assists with structure and outlines for quick creation. Number 2, you bring your story, expertise and proof to add your own voice and brand. Number 3, membership delivery gives you instant collaboration capabilities, making it easy to deliver for partners. And yes, you can use whatever tools you like for this. Choose what's best for you. We use one that already integrates natively with Offerlab to keep it simple and quick. So, why do membership products work best? Memberships, put quite simply, are easy to update or customize and have a much higher perceived value, over-delivering on what the buyer expects and building that all-important know, like and trust factor right from the outset. They're deliverable with milestones, drip schedules, progress tracking and rewards. They're trust building with customers, building your reputation. In other words, they draw people in, they get them consuming your content and engage them through interaction using human psychological triggers that keep them coming back for more. Here's a sneak peek at one of our membership dashboards. This is a real course we created using hybrid AI plus human creativity, combining the best of both to ramp up the quality and delivering new content every month with minimal investment. We didn't launch it with ads, we launched it with collaborations. Partners pulled it into their funnels. We never had to sell it directly, run a launch for it, recruit affiliates, or any of the usual headaches. And we do this all the time via a reseller program. We've actually done this with quite a few products in the past, but now it can be a breeze to get set up using Offerlab. Your membership can be in front of potential partners looking for something to add to their funnel in just minutes. Why is this the future of product creation then? The creator economy is changing fast. AI is speeding up production and making it easier for anyone to get started. The Offerlab platform unlocks distribution and collaboration beats competition. Remember, Offerlab is new, so this really is your opportunity to be in at the beginning, to get in before others and get ahead of the curve. In this new era, you don't need to go viral. You don't need to be everywhere. You just need a leverage-ready product that others want to use. Offerlab makes it easy to put that in front of an ever-growing number of potential partners. The bonus strategy for creators and affiliates. Okay, now let's run through the powerful concept we've used behind the scenes for nearly 2 decades, and almost no one teaches it. Delivering affiliate promotions through your own membership site. Here's the big shift. Instead of offering a simple PDF or download as a bonus when you're promoting something, you deliver a structured, value-packed membership site instead. Why is it so effective to build these membership sites? Well, you build a higher perceived value instantly, and you engage your buyers long-term, not just once, and you create a base to remarket future offers to. Without relying on email deliverability alone, you're creating your own audience. Here's how it works. First, choose the affiliate offer. Start with any offer you like the look of inside Offerlab. Maybe it's a high-ticket course, a recurring SaaS, a challenge funnel, or even a physical product. Next up, you build a bonus membership site. Create a private member area for your bonus, add walkthroughs, templates, bonus tools, etc. that are all complementary to the offer you will promote and that add value. I'm using one of the membership tools that integrates with Offerlab to brainstorm that draft content fast with the built-in AI course builder. Then I make it personal with my voice, my story, and my angle. Number 3, deliver it automatically if possible or manually if necessary. Deliver access only to buyers. Now your bonus has real weight. Oh, and as a bonus tip, add links inside your membership in the different pages and the different courses to your next affiliate offer or evergreen promotion, which then creates your own traffic ecosystem built into your membership. Why this works so well? First of all, you look like a pro. Even if it's your first promotion, membership sites create a great first impression. And you can clone and reuse these bonus memberships again and again, saving you time. You can even turn a series of them into recurring memberships or high-ticket offers of your own. And you turn every affiliate promotion into a list building and relationship building opportunity, capturing all the leads in the membership and giving yourself even more promotion opportunities within that content. Your conversion rates will also be higher than other promoters simply because people see the value in membership courses. And you're delivering extra value to your customers, again building your reputation and that know, like and trust factor that makes sure people come back to you. And if you're using one of the native Offerlab membership platform integrations, it becomes a one-click sync that just works. This is affiliate marketing for the next era. Smarter, sustainable, and collaborative. That's it. If you're a creator or affiliate looking to play the long game with leverage, this hybrid model gives you everything you need. Will AI kill courses and memberships? These are the kind of questions that you might have been thinking as we're going through here. No, AI won't replace real creators, but it will replace the lazy ones. Generic info-only courses will disappear. We're talking about boring cookie-cutter content that just rehashes the same surface-level info. They just don't have the value, and people will be able to get that level of non-human-led content elsewhere. But hybrid, human-led experiences will grow faster than ever. This is what people want, and they seek personality, experience, and proof. AI helps you build faster, but you make it valuable. You add your voice, your brand, your stories and unique experience, your insight and your twist to the content. In fact, the creators who combine AI and real human guidance are going to lead the next wave, because people don't just want information, they want transformation. They want curation, community, confidence, and you guiding the path for them, helping them achieve their goals. Memberships are the ideal way of delivering this in a way that also engages and pulls them back in. So don't see AI as the enemy. Use it as your ally. To be a creator that thrives in this future simply means adding AI to help you create better courses with less effort. The real future is hybrid. AI helps you build faster and you make it worth buying. Building assets, not just bonuses. Let's tie this together with something most affiliates never think about. When you deliver your bonuses, especially for affiliate offers, you have a unique opportunity most vendors don't even have. You get to create an asset that lives beyond the promotion. Something that you can use over and over again, something that engages people and brings them back into that content. You get to invite those buyers into your ecosystem, not just the vendors. You're building them into your audience. So instead of sending traffic to someone else's funnel and hoping for the best, you're building a membership asset that brings people into your world. From there, you can bridge them into other affiliate offers or introduce your own products down the road. And you can swap out offers over time, replacing poor performing or closed offers with fresh new promotions that increase your commissions and keep bringing in profits long term. This is a tactic that's brought in thousands for Promote Labs from their membership sites and courses over the years, just by updating and refreshing the embedded promotions on a regular basis. Most people simply forget or overlook this asset. It's your commission generating real estate, so pay attention to it and use it. Either way, you're not just stacking commissions at the end of the day, you're building a customer base, a real audience. And that's what builds long-term freedom. The bigger your audience, the healthier your business. How to start right now. Remember the saying, money loves speed. It's better to get something done and set up now rather than aiming for perfection. So look at the integrations Offerlab have available right now to save time, and then start with something small. You can start with a mini course, a checklist pack, a tool with some training, or even a private newsletter. Take a look at what you already have as well. Remember that anything out of date can probably be brought up to date really quickly or refreshed significantly with AI, so you don't have to start from scratch. Once you have something you can use, package it up inside a membership. Use an integrated platform to speed up the process. Then use AI to speed up the setup, for example, creating the sales pages for you to save both time and money. Then list it inside Offerlab and start collaborating. You can begin building profitable partnerships today where partners reach out to you. Integrations. Okay, I keep mentioning the native integrations inside Offerlab. Let me quickly show you what I mean. First of all, you'll need to find the settings in your account. It's in the bottom left-hand corner, and then choose the integrations option from the menu. You'll see all the current integrations available. This includes Product Dino that I use, as well as Shopify, ClickFunnels, WooCommerce, Square, ShipStation, HighLevel, Patreon, and Zapier, so you can set up your own integrations as well. And of course, there are more being added all the while. There is, in fact, an option to request an integration if there's something that you use that isn't currently supported. So this list is going to keep growing. So run through the integration setup process for your choice of platform to make sure it's hooked up. This should only take a couple of minutes. Then you need to head over to the Vault page. So go back to the main menu and choose Vault, then your products, and click on the Add Product button on the top right. Your platform choice should be listed on the drop down, so click on it to go to the next step, which is to choose your products and add them. Now, this may look slightly different depending on your platform choice and how it's designed. However, you should be able to see a list of your products, so simply choose the product or several if you have more than one that you want to import. Then click on the Import Products button and wait for it to complete. For me, this took less than a minute for 3 products that I was importing, so it really shouldn't take long. And that's it done. You should end up back on the Your Offers page, so click across to your Products tab, and that will have a list of all your existing products that are now integrated with Offerlab. So now you just go through the offer setup process and add them to the Offerlab marketplace for other people to find, for other vendors and affiliates to promote and start selling for you, driving traffic and buyers to your business hands-free. I will actually quickly mention that you don't have to list all your products in the Offerlab marketplace. That's up to you, as is the price you charge and the commission percentage you offer. You still retain control over your products. What happens next? Here's what you'll see when you combine memberships and bonuses and Offerlab. Affiliates will start recommending you. You get invited into bundle and stack special offers. People add your product to their promotions and funnels. You earn even when you're not promoting. This is the kind of passive income that is hard to get rolling, let alone maintain. Offerlab brings the collaboration offers to you, and your product becomes your traffic generation engine. Your product is your traffic, driving new collaborations, partnerships, and buyers to your business. There isn't anything else that does this like Offerlab, and whilst we're right at the start, it is going to grow and grow fast. So the sooner you take action and get your products listed, the bigger edge and head start on your competition you're going to have. And as Offerlab grows, the choice of products that you can get access to include in your funnels is also going to expand, including the variety of niches covered, giving you even more opportunities. Okay, so a couple of final words. You're no longer alone. Marketing doesn't have to be a solo sport. This is the first time in history that tech and community have aligned to make true collaboration scalable. So ask yourself, what could I create this week that others would want to plug in? That's your next step. Get it done now and get into Offerlab today. Thanks for being here. We're excited and looking forward to collaborate with you.
Let's give it up for Matt Garrett. All right, it has come to that part of the day. You have all been so awesome. We've been grinding one after another rapid fire. It is now time. We are going to give you a 10-minute break. So run, do whatever you need to. If you got to go potty, and if you need to get a drink, if you got to walk the dog, or whatever you need to do, change the baby's diaper, and then come back because you do not want to miss what is next here at Offerlab. See you back in 10 minutes. Welcome back to Offerlab. Ooh, that's different. We got a different microphone and it hits a little bit different. Hey, make sure you turn on those cameras because we can see you. All right? So make sure you got those cameras on right here coming hot. Oh, heads up. I literally just knocked over a laptop. I'm so sorry. Holy moly, don't kick an eyeball when you have a live studio audience. But make sure that you do kick it over to right there, Offerlab launch. Go check it out right there. All right, here's what we're going to do. You guys haven't heard it so much on your side, but there's a whole group over here, and they're like a tribe. And every single time one of them is going on the stage, you know what's happening? They're all raising their hands, and they're going, hoo, 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 hoo. So that's how we're going to do this. It's kind of like the Arsenio Hall, but what you do is you jump up and down, and you do the sound as you do it, okay? Are you guys ready? I see you. Remember, we got that big eyeball. We see you. And, you know, I've seen some of you who are kind of slacking on this, too. Like, we're taking notes. We see your names right there. We're right, like, they're not all in, you know? But there's a couple people who are all in, okay? All right, so here's what we're going to do. Are you ready? When we welcome on the stage, what are we doing? Who? You guys got it, okay. And then you're all going to do it here in the live studio audience, too. You ready? All right, well, Camila Markson and Steffi Chen are 7-figure digital entrepreneurs teaching how collaboration, organic traffic, and community building fuel explosive growth. Their session reveals how to use Instagram, Facebook, and tribe strategies to drive signups, boost Offerlab upgrades, and create thriving affiliate ecosystems. Let's welcome Camila Markson and Steffi Chen.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Today we're going to talk everything about the 30-day tribe building that we have. My name is Steffi Chen.
And I'm Camila Markson.
So during the pandemic, I got let go by my dream job. I struggled financially and live off of my saving. And that's also the time, around 2023, I discovered affiliate marketing. My very first sale, after consistently showing up for 3 months, was 70 cents. But that 70 cents took me to a whole other level. I turned it into multiple 7 figures. I replaced both mine and my husband's income. I was the #8 affiliate for Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi launch, and now I am #1 for the Offerlab certificate sales. I got to travel travel the world, spend more time with my family in Malaysia.
Yes, and I'm Camila Maxon. I'm an immigrant, I'm an ex-nanny, and struggling to find other opportunities with lack of experience and proper English. That's how I found out about affiliate marketing. And that's how I got my Two Comma Club Award. Woo-hoo. And I was also a winner for the Dream Car Award. And now I'm number 2 for Offerlab certification. Say yay!
We also have Laura Henson here. If you're watching, hey Laura, we miss you, girl.
Yeah.
So Laura, she has 20 years of entrepreneur experience. She discovered digital marketing in 2023. She launched a Shopify store with affiliate program, has over 3,000 affiliates worldwide, paid out over $1 million to her affiliates in 9 months. And then she paid off $100,000 in debt and now living in her dream home on the lake of Minnesota.
Yeah, so by the end of this section, our goal is for you to walk away with clarity on how to build a true tribe-like community, one that inspires people to sign up with your links, upgrade to the certification, and confidently promote Offerlab with success.
So what we'll cover today, we're going to go over the power of collaboration, bonus stacking, organic traffic with Instagram, that's my forte, and organic traffic on Facebook, that's Camila's forte, and then we're going to cover all about community building.
Yes. So on August 4th, the idea of Offerlab Super Affiliates was born.
We have our own community, but we figure if we join force, it will take this to a whole other level.
Yes, by using my presence on Facebook, which I have almost 400,000 followers.
And my presence on Instagram, I grew to over 700,000 followers.
And Laura, she has an amazing army of affiliates, and she's great with running ads. Oh, lives.
Now, let's talk about the bonus stacking we have.
We have
offer some
juicy bonuses.
When people upgrade to the certification program, we give them
Millionaire Woman Academy 2.0.
That comes with Mila's mentorship program.
And I got to grow my community.
I also give out my Instagram growth courses.
Because most people are wondering what to post to get people to sign up, and this solves that.
Laura is giving out her $197 Shopify gift card, and when she promotes it, the way that she said it, she say,
you can now buy a PLR product on Shopify and load it on Offerlab. Now you're a creator.
We also give out a Super Affiliates AI bot.
Because as you know, AI is sexy.
Offerlab marketing templates, so that includes
email, text swipes, Canva templates, and testimonials.
Last but not least, we allow people to white label our bonuses and keep 100% of the profits.
Yeah, our members can use our bonuses and promote as they own to make it sales, and we take care of their customers.
Now, let's talk about our organic traffic method. First off, I'm going to cover Instagram. The rule of thumb of posting on Instagram is that posting reels grow new followers, and posting stories nurture your existing followers. Yeah. I post 3 to 4 times a day on reels, and however much I feel like on story, but not to a point that will cause audience fatigue. So I make it fun, I make it relatable. Most importantly, I also give like an inspire lifestyle aspiration. So, fun type of content. People love my content series, Collecting Rent with Teddy. I always get a lot of comments and reaction to it. It may not directly help with the conversions, but it's something people look forward to. People also love my goofy husband right there, Tom. Whenever he's in my content, engagement just got better. So this was him asking ChatGPT if he could eat burgers that was sitting out for 8 hours, and the fact that he does it before and while he eating the burger. Relatable content. People want to find ways to connect with who they follow. So when someone say, me too, you're not alone, I got you, girl, that's when you know you are forming a tribe. So this was a reel I posted, and the text on screen said, after 14 hours of work, I decided to vacuum the kitchen at 11 p.m. Who relates? Last but not least, lifestyle aspiration. So this content series is all about connecting with my other boss babes. We love fashion, makeup, city life, Pilates, and travel, and matcha, hello. So the vision here is to looking chic, exploring the world, and making money on the go. That's the lifestyle I want to showcase, so they see me as someone to get inspired by, and they are more likely to follow my lead. For example, she has the lifestyle I want, I will buy whatever she recommends. I also do weekly live Q&A, so this is a Instagram feature on a sticker section. Most people have questions about Offerlab versus another course. Most common one I get, Steffi, what about your own course? Like, what's the difference with that? I tell people that Offerlab is not a course. It's a platform for digital and affiliate marketer, and it reunites entrepreneurs and build community. That usually makes people feel better because they don't want to feel like, oh, here's another course. I also answer relevant questions and post it on my story. And I don't post all the questions people are asking, like answers, on my stories. Some I just direct reply to keep my stories relevant. I also add story highlight for action takers. I know people watch these because I get story replies all the time from it. My Q&A sessions should clear all doubts, answer all questions, and most importantly, show testimonials. Okay, this is very important. If you're multitasking, come back to me because this shiz converts. Remember, people follow you when they believe in you, but they buy from you when they believe in themselves. So testimonial like this, $497 sale with only 51 followers, that seals the deal. And you must add a call to action at the end, like comment the keyword that you have or add in your affiliate link right there. Oh, and that facial expression right there is a hook. Advanced DM automation. So this is huge. This is basically, you have heard of ManyChat, but ManyChat on steroids, okay? I opt in people via Zapier so that my leads don't need to click any link, okay? Because 60% of people don't click a random link from stranger. Advanced ManyChat solves this problem. This way I build my list and increase my sales, and it even detects if people did not create an Offerlab account and will send a gentle nudge to follow up. Shout out to Tom here, he built the entire thing, and everyone is happy.
Yes, so now let's talk about Facebook. While everyone is chasing Instagram and TikTok, Facebook is wide open. It gives massive reach, it pays you to post, and if you know how to position your offers, it becomes a cash machine. Facebook even paid me almost $1,000 just for posting. And you don't need to spend on ads or show your face with this strategy. Most of my content is only text or Canva that I built on Canva. Oh, yes, on Canva. And using this strategy, I got 10 times more reach in just 23 days. I went from 3 million views to 33 million views. So who wants more reach without spending on ads? Woo! So what's working right now, right, is something that I called the stack comments framework, which consists of static posts created with Canva, like mocking a Twitter post, with a black background, a shocking hook, value in the comments. Each comment should be a tip or an insight. I usually post about 5 to 8 comments, with a call to action to comment a keyword for a freebie or an Offerlab. The way this works is Facebook's algorithm is terrible ranking the comments, so that makes people spending more time trying to find the comments with the tips and hacks that you promised, which equals to more engagement and more reach. And this is exactly how I create my content. I use my 3-step viral content framework. So step number 1, you're gonna research and find viral content. I usually research on Threads, Facebook, and TikTok. You wanna make sure that you engage with this type of content because the algorithm is going to show you even more of this type of content. I also like having a spy account where I usually just use for scroll and save this type of content. So step number 2, create your own library. So you can go back when you create your own posts, and this is very important to have inspirations. So step number 3, you're gonna use ChatGPT to help create some variations of this post. And for this to work, you need volume. So I post at least 10 times a day. But to not burn out, I will post the same content, but in different formats, like videos, Canva, writing posts, etc. I also use my haters to create content and get more engagement, and of course, get paid. I made a series of posts exposing them, and people love it. I even have a folder with hateful comments, so I can go back to create content on Facebook, email, Instagram, etc. So views are great, but we need to get paid, right? So this is how I turn views into clicks. Your bio is your prime real estate. So make it easy for people to learn and buy from you. Your bio should be only 2 lines, including your link. When I did this, I started getting more sales from link in bio without having to talk with the lead. So this is the biggest hack, the collaboration hack, because we are in the season of collaboration. So if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So my friend Jonathan Montoya, he created a Facebook group where we share each other's posts every day. And we start even swiping followers by inviting our own followers to also follow people in this group. So now we are all growing faster and together.
Now let's talk about our tribe.
We created a Facebook community for everyone who create an Offerlab account.
We use SEO keyword to help get organic reach.
And it's growing super fast.
Members can also invite others to join this free community as long as their leads create a free Offerlab account.
So how we run this tribe?
We go live Monday to Friday for about 25 to 30 minutes.
We encourage people to share the Zoom link.
And we end with a call to action. Go back to the person who shared with you this Zoom live and ask them for their Offerlab link.
This helps get more people to join our community and lives. It's a win-win for everyone.
Inside our Facebook group, people also help out each other.
We made a pre-recorded training and a checklist to pin the post inside our community.
Our support team chimes in regularly and even get on a one-on-one calls.
We highlight members' wins.
And we encourage people to share their wins because it's free visibility and distribution.
Yes, and because growth comes from shared success.
As Zig Ziglar said, help enough people get what they want and you get what you want.
Because this is the season of collab.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Give it up for Steffi and Camila. Awesome job. Awesome job. Oh man, that energy is contagious, yeah? This was like, I took so many notes on this one too. And by the way, I hope you're taking notes. How many of you, seriously, okay, in the room, raise your hands, taking notes, okay? How about on the screen, taking notes? Type notes into the chat right now. Who's taking notes? You got pages of notes? Here they all come right now. Rex, Jessica, Nicholas, you've got Luis, Diana, Jenny, okay. Nicola's like, I got like 50 pages of notes. Okay, here's the thing. When you take notes, though, you 100% have to go back and look at these notes and then take action. So part of the notes should 100% be the action that you're going to take. Here's a couple notes that I took from that last presentation. What I loved at the start, understand what they did. Keep in mind, we're teaching you a lot of what to do, right? But pay attention to what people are doing, right? They went and they showed exactly how you can use bonuses to help stack on top of other people's offers. Did you see how they did that? They did that obviously for the Offerlab launch, but then also how to post regularly without fatigue. And then here's a couple of my other favorites too, is people will buy from you not only when they believe in you, but when they believe in themselves, right? I love that one. Stacked comments was huge. And then one of my favorite from Camila was the hater fuel method. Like, keep track of all the people that are hating on you and then just totally like blaze them. Like, that's amazing. So make sure you're going to where? Go to the link below right now and sign up, get everything that we've talked about, jump in there. It's gonna be absolutely awesome. All right, here we go. You guys ready for this next one? This next one is going to be shocking, all right? It's gonna be so good. Now, when I thought about this, anybody seen Home Alone? Like, you guys see where I'm like a 90s kid, 80s kid. Like, okay, Home Alone, when Kevin McAllister, he puts on that aftershave and he does what? He's like shocked. He's like, so everybody at home, you guys are gonna give you your best Kevin McAllister. You're gonna be absolutely shocked. Are you ready? So we're gonna bring to the stage, help me bring to the stage right now, Mr. Jeff Hunter. He is a leading voice in AI marketing. He created the world's first AI certified consultant program and runs the largest AI community with, get this, 3.6 million members. Entrepreneur Magazine ran a story about how he made $70,000 in a weekend using 100% artificial intelligence. Jeff has trained thousands on how to make money using AI. Let's welcome to the stage Mr. Jeff Hunter.
Woo! Who's allergic to money in here? Oh, just laughs? How about you guys out there? I want to hear you say make money in the chat. Come on, make money. You here to make some money? Now, I'm curious here. Oh, there's a lot of make monies in here. Okay, everybody. Now, I want to know, an honest question here. Who here has something to sell, an offer right now, like ready to go in Offerlabs? If you do, type a 1. If you don't, type a 2. I want to see what we got in here. We got a bunch of 1s. Oh, we got a bunch of 2s. Now, how would you like to learn? Can you guys put the slide on? I want to ask them a question. I want to know who here would like to learn how to get AI to create an offer for you in an hour. Like complete offer done for you. AI does all the work. You have to just sell it. Now, let me ask you a question. How much brand authority do you think you have to sell something for $5? Right? This is a really cool thing that's happening right now in life where we can actually get something done and we can have the AI do it for us. You know, back when I was a kid, and I don't know, maybe I'm dating myself here, my grandpa used to tell me, Jeff, if ideas were worth anything, we'd all be millionaires. You guys ever heard that one? Yeah? Let me see a millionaire in the chat if you can figure out how to spell it. Right? So here's the thing. It is actually true now. You can absolutely be rich with your ideas because execution is the thing that always was a problem. But now AI can actually do the work for you, and that's what I'm here to share with you today. So let me ask you a question. What if you could do a $5 offer? Just $5. Doesn't take a whole lot of work to sell something for $5. It's less than a Starbucks, right? I mean, geez, seems like it's like $7 now for a Frappuccino, right? But you can actually have AI do all the work. Well, that's what I'm going to share with you today. And the cool part about it is you don't have to worry about having a brand. You don't have to have an audience or anything like that. I just got to say, this is a really incredible time to be alive. I actually was just talking to my friends here in the room. I wish you guys were here. We were just talking about what an incredible time to be alive. Right? What an incredible time to be alive. Your ideas can come real just by asking the AI to do a little work. So, interesting story. My first business ever was a business I would not recommend to anyone, which is a staffing agency of humans. I almost sold this company, by the way, in 2023. When ChatGPT came out, that was like, what, November 2022. I literally was like, why would someone pay me a couple grand a month for a virtual assistant in the Philippines when they can use an AI virtual assistant for completely free? ChatGPT is free. Claude is free. Manus is free. All these AI tools, Google Gemini is free. It blew my mind. I said, holy crap, what am I going to do? I actually flew to the Philippines and I said, guys, we either have to figure out if we're going to try to beat AI or if we're going to join the team. And thank God I made the right choice to join the team because now my virtual assistant company is actually thriving because now we've changed all of our mindset to what can we do with AI first? Because somebody still has to do the work. Someone still has to tell the AI what to do. All right? I want you guys to type execute in the chat right now if you're ready to get AI to execute on your dreams, on your passions, on your ideas. There's a lot of executes in there. All right, thank God I did. Thank God I can see the screen big enough because I didn't bring my glasses. My name is Jeff J. Hunter, also known as a Savage Marketer. I started a virtual assistant company long ago, over 10 years. I was an IT project manager in a past life. I actually gave IT all up to do marketing because I fell in love with it. I can't imagine doing anything else in life than marketing. It's just so much fun. You get to work with really cool people like you guys here. What's up? And of course, you guys online. What's really interesting, though, is that not only did we come into this really cool age, but I've been able to be on the ClickFunnels podcast and worked a digital marketer. I got to speak on stages and podcasts all around the world. But none of that even matters because AI, if you're an AI expert in today's world, I mean, if you guys know the old rule of becoming an expert, you have to work at least 10,000 hours or something. This stuff hasn't even been out for 10,000 hours. Like, it always kind of makes me laugh when people introduce me as an AI expert, because I'm like, I mean, I guess, compared to everyone else, sure. But in all reality, we live in an incredible time where this is a new frontier, and anybody who gets into AI right now can actually build a brand. I was actually featured in Dan Kennedy's latest book called The No BS Guide to Marketing Automation and Artificial Intelligence, which actually ended up getting featured by Entrepreneur Magazine. And Entrepreneur Magazine loved it so much, they featured me on the front page and a 5-page centerfold story. So I guess you could say I'm a centerfold model. You could say that. Yeah, you could say that. But I'm not here to sit here and brag about all the things I've done. I'm here to share with you guys how you can use what's happening right now and build something amazing with AI. My business partner, Valentine, and I have been able to build the world's largest AI community. We have 3.6 million people. I invite you guys to join. We talk about everything you can think about in AI, but guess what everybody keeps asking over and over and over? They want to learn how to make money with AI. Does anybody want to learn how to make money with AI? Come on, baby. Let's say a money in the chat if you want to learn how to make money with AI. All right? So here's what we're going to do. There's a massive problem that every single person in this room has, and it's getting harder thanks to Mark Zuckerberg. It's called traffic, okay? Getting people to actually sell your stuff for you, or you have to pay for ads. I mean, that's really where we're at, right? You've got a couple other marketing channels in there like SEO and whatnot, but everything can really be done by AI today. But course creators all have the same problem. They all have the same problem of trying to figure out where to get the next lead, right? They have to worry about what is coming in. They have to worry about how many leads they get. Traffic is always a problem for course creators. But the thing about successful course creators here is that they usually have a brand, right? For example, I have a program called the AI Persona Method. We have hundreds of students, and I've helped thousands of people learn how to use AI to build out basically their own AI employees, these marketing teams to do all the stuff in their business, like emails and social media and whatever. But what's really interesting here is that they usually have proven results. They have a proven course. They have all sorts of cool students and testimonials and stuff, but they still have to pay for traffic. And that's where you guys can actually make money doing this by teaming up with people that already have proven converting offers, okay? See, course creators, they have brand authority already. You guys, depending on where you're at in your life, you might not have brand authority, which is why I'm going to share with you how you can do my $5 micro offer strategy, and you can have AI build everything for you, okay? Because one of the problems that we're facing right now is that AI is getting very saturated. Even though it's new and fresh, you're going to see these little AI experts pop up from everywhere. You guys have probably seen it. You guys have probably, who here on, I want to see on Zoom here, how many of you guys have seen someone who like never posted on social media, but like the last year, ever since ChatGPT came out, magically they're posting every day with hashtags. They have no idea what the hashtags are about, right? Like, and then they start saying, hey, you know, I'm an AI expert, buy my AI course. Yeah, a lot of people saying, yup. Yep. Well, getting leads is actually getting harder. Even for me, like I started the world's first ever AI certified consultant program. We still have a problem. I remember when I first started the consultant program, people said, who are you to start the AI certification program? I'm the only person that I knew was making money with AI. I was getting paid. My very first year as an AI consultant, I got paid $282,000 just to teach other businesses how to use AI, okay? So here's the thing I want to share with you guys. Here's your opportunity, okay? No expertise needed. You guys can go on Offerlab and you can look at all the offers that are out there and you can figure out what a bridge offer is. Type that in the chat, bridge offer. I want you guys to type that in. It's really important to understand this, bridge offer. See, because if you have a bridge offer, it's only $5. You can maybe even charge more than $5. But if you have a bridge offer, you don't have to have the expertise. You don't have to have the brand. You don't have to have the authority. All you have to do, right, is actually find a solution that sends you to someone else's offer. So you can get paid $5 on your own offer. And here's the cool part. By selling that $5, you actually get the customer, right? You get the customer. Now you get to start building your brand on the backs of other people who already have established brands. So you don't have to have your own proven systems or foundations or anything like that. All you have to do is use an AI agent to build a $5 offer. So that's what I'm going to share with you guys to do. And don't worry, I am going to have a slide on here. This is like a 30-minute talk compressed into 17 minutes, which I only have 5 minutes left or whatever. So we're going to run. Here's what the issue is, right? A perfect problem bridge is you have to figure out with a small problem. So in this example, I'm saying, I don't know how to use AI to write good social media posts. You don't want to be that guy who's posting ugly stuff on social media. You want something that's really good. I get about 6 million views a month right now on my social media, thanks to people like Jonathan Montoya and these others. And we're all sharing each other's stuff, but we're all writing good content, and it's all AI generated, which is even crazier to think, right? So I'm going to use AI to create a prompt guide that shows you how to actually make good social media posts with AI. The natural step is, oh, well, if it can do my social media posts, what else can AI do? Do you guys see how there's a natural progression, right? So the next piece is, hey, Jeff J. Hunter happens to have a program in Offerlab called AI Persona Method, which shows you how to build a complete AI system to take over your marketing. It's a bridge offer. It's a very simple thing. It's a very niche offer. And you can, by the way, go to pretty much every person's offer in this room and say, what is a bridge offer? What is something small that I can offer for $5 that it would be super easy to sell? So here's how it works. You have the AI Persona Method in there. You create the $5 guide. And then on the back end, the next offer in Offerlab would be the AI Persona Method. Next thing you know, we all get paid. And if you want to look at the actual dollars, $5, we have an affiliate program. The program's $14.85. Next thing you know, you've got $895 in there just for putting your $5 in front of my $1,500. See how that works? So here's a bunch of ideas you can do right now. You're like, Jeff, I don't know what kind of thing I can build with AI. Here's what it is, okay? I'm going to run through these really fast. You got email subject line templates, social media post prompts, customer service scripts, meeting agenda templates, project planning checklists. How about for content creators, viral video hook database, engagement driving post formulas. And you can use AI to build this, but you're probably thinking right now like, okay, great, but what does it actually look like? How can AI actually create something really cool? I'm gonna give you guys a prompt that you guys are gonna have to take a screenshot of. I'm gonna run really fast through this, but here's the deal. I'm gonna also give you a chance to get the slides at the end, okay? So don't worry about it. Here's a couple things that I've done for $5 to slap on back ends, okay? I did a Google, imagine you guys have seen that whole Google nano banana thing. Everybody's making their own images of themselves. I made a guide for that, $5. I got a prompting guide for using Google VO3. I got a bunch of guides on how to do vibe coding, how to build apps with AI. Every single one of these posts here have literally hundreds of people. All I have to do, because it's only $5, I said, hey, I'm making a guide on how to do this. If you're interested, comment below. And that's what's called a comment tree. So people are literally commenting and say, do this. I'm even funny. I'll say like, show me the money. Or I'll say, comment below, take my money if you want this for $5. And everybody's saying, take my money. I mean, it's just that easy to take people's money with a $5 offer. So here's how I did some of this stuff. I basically said here, right now there's a big problem with AI, which is called character consistency. It's probably trying to get you to look the same in every photo. Who's done that? You ever put your photo in a ChatGPT and you're like, that doesn't look like me, right? So I had this idea. I had this picture of a beach and I was like, how funny would it be for my nano banana guide if I had me on the beach with a banana like a phone? And there it was. I was like, that looks pretty good, right? But then I was on a call with my friend Christine, who's going to be speaking a little bit later. And Christine was like, hey, that's cool. We don't have a picture of us on the beach, though. And I was like, that's a great idea. Let's put you in there. And she goes, well, I got to have a really cool white dress, and we got to have champagne, and we got to be toasting. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So we did it together. There it is. This is all AI. And the cool part is it's for free, okay? So then I was like, well, hold on a second. We don't have any pictures of us on stage. So she's like, let's do that. Yeah. Oh, Jeff, you forgot my white dress. Let's do that. Okay, we did it. And then she's like, speaking of dresses, I've never been to Santorini. I want to wear one of those beautiful Santorini dresses. Oh, look how cool that is. And I was like, you know what? Me too. And then I was like, well, this would be so much better if we were there together. Right? Everyone's laughing here. I don't know if you guys are laughing on Zoom, but everyone's cracking up here. Right? And just like this, he didn't even know he was going to be on my presentation. Russell's going to look up in a second and be like, wait, what the heck? We took a picture earlier, and I was thinking about Step Brothers. I was like, wait, did we just become best friends? Yup. So I literally said, can you make him handing me a trophy that says best friends, right? So this is something that I know that if I show these pictures online, like, for example, how many of you guys right now would pay $5 right now just to look at that? How to do what I just did, right? Probably a lot of you guys are like, I would like to know how to do that, right? Here's the prompt, take a picture, hurry. Take your screenshot because I only got 2 minutes left. Take your screenshot. I promise you, if you don't get it, it's okay because I'm going to give you a Connect QR code. You can just text me and I'll hook you up. Okay. So here's what I want to do, a little recap for you guys. Actually, let me put the prompt back on here a little bit sooner because that is my real phone number on there. Please don't abuse it. There's a lot of people on this right now. It's actually my cell phone number because they don't allow opt-ins here. They said legal won't do an opt-in. So I'm like, okay, I guess I have to text you guys the slides. So here's the app that we're using. It's called Manus.im, okay? Manus.im. It's a really fun tool. And then you go to Manus and you literally type in this prompt. This prompt right here is going to change your life. All you have to do is modify it with whatever the heck you want. This is actually what I use to create my guide that I just showed you. So you can literally rip off my guide and start selling it today. If you guys like to rip off stuff and use it, I don't know, maybe they call it the funnel hacker over here, okay? If you guys like funnel hacking, type funnel hacking in the chat. If you're a funnel hacker, type funnel hacking in here, okay? I want you guys to learn how to do this. I'm gonna put this slide up here, all right? Because I'm gonna give you the slides. This is my phone number, 971-599-7704. It really is my phone number. I'm stupid to do it, I know, everyone told me here. Because there's like thousands of you watching, but you know, that's it. There's a QR code, which would be better. Hit me up on Instagram, LinkedIn, something like that, and just text me the word slides. Text me the word slides. Give me your name too, so I know who the heck you are. And literally, I will send you these slides. My name is Jeff J. Hunter. I hope you learned something, and I hope you make money. And there's nothing funner than making money with your friends. Thank you all for having me.
Let's go. Let's give it up for Jeff J. Hunter. Fantastic. Good stuff, good stuff. Jeff J. Hunter in the house, people. Hey, reminder, look at this link right there. Hey, results may not be typical, but go ahead and click the link that you see right there as well. All right, a couple notes from this one as well. Holy smokes, how many of you think you could create a $5 AI offer? How cool is that? As a front-end bridge offer. You don't need, this is what I love too, you didn't need brand, authority, or expertise. Offerlab is making this all possible, so what are you waiting for? Click the link below, make sure you're putting your offers in. And if you didn't have an idea, now you do. $5 offer using AI. You know what I love about too, this example of that character consistency. Hey, I want you too, Jeff, when you get a chance, to get me one of those dresses too. Like that'd be sweet. Put all three of us in there. Christina, love it. All right, love it. Okay, let's keep going. This next guest, all right, this next speaker, his content is HOTT hot, all right? And so what that means is, here's how we're gonna welcome all you at home, right? You know the drill here, you're gonna stand up, you're gonna go crazy. You're literally gonna stand up and go crazy. But at home, I need you to seriously HOTT hot like this. All right, that's what I wanna see from all of you, all right? Because you are the same, HOTT hot. All right, here we go. Brian Ford, he's founder of Self-Improvement Daily, a podcast with over 21 million downloads after 7 years of daily content. He'll be teaching you about the evolutionary psychology of offers. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Brian Ford.
What's up, everyone? Such an honor to be here. Thank you so much. I'm excited to tell you a little bit about one of the best unexpected offers I have ever been presented. And it happened in 2016 when I was in Medellin, Colombia. I spent 6 weeks there, and I was invited by the locals to play a pickup soccer game. And I played Division I college soccer. This was a dream come true. So I'm like, all right, cool, I'm there, tell me where to go. They give me the pin, and I'm like, you know what? It's one of my last weeks here in Medellin. I can walk there, adventure time. So I start walking over to the pin, and I get there, and I notice that I'm at this neighborhood, and there's no park. There's no goals, there's no field. And I'm like, okay, well, sometimes the Google pin is wrong. So then I go to another place kind of nearby, and I just realize I'm not in the nicest part of town. And every town kind of has that, right? And right then and there, my heart started beating. I was like, okay, I'm getting some weird looks from people around here. I've got a soccer ball under my arm and a backpack on my back. I am a sitting duck. So I started kind of feeling a little bit of fear. And right then and there, a taxi driver was driving up the street. So I run over, I wave him down, get in the back seat, say, hey, I gotta get to my soccer game, this is where I'm headed. Cool. And fortunately, I made the game on time. But what happened was he offered me a ride, and I would have given him just about everything that I had for it, well more than the $15 that he charged me. And the psychology behind why is what I want to explain with you today, because it's what you can use too as you're thinking about how to create offers here in Offerlab. My name is Brian Ford, and I am the host and founder of Self-Improvement Daily. Podcast is what I'm best known for. And I am obsessed with behavior change. I believe that if people are only to follow through on their good intentions, the world would be a much better place. And I've dedicated my life to helping people do good for themselves and others in a world where it isn't easy to do anything at all, right? We get in our own way so often. And it's not because of what you think. Yes, there are systems, there are structures, there's things that are causing resistance, headwind that we need to operate within. And when we have the will to muster up our forces against it, we can overcome it. But more than anything, it's that thing between our ears. We say we get in our own way, but it's really our unconscious mind that is making things so much harder to do. So I want to get into the evolutionary psychology of good offers. And that's because our unconscious mind is designed to do only one thing. And that thing is keep us alive. Right? Evolution is optimized around this process so that we can maintain our survival, essentially. And that means we're only naturally motivated to do one of two things, right? And this is the natural motivation where it's easy, effortless for us to do these things. And there's really only two things that the unconscious mind wants us to do. The first is to respond to an immediate threat. So if there's something immediately in front of you, a situation that is unfavorable, your survivability does not look good, or otherwise, you are naturally motivated to take action to escape that situation, right? You don't have to think about it. It's instinctual because it's unconscious. And it's only when we are not exposed to an immediate threat where the second thing comes online, which is our mind wants to do nothing. We are lazy. We take the path of least resistance. We conserve energy. Why? Because, well, if we were to experience an immediate threat next, we need to have as much energy as possible in order to respond to that. And that is why we face so much headwind and so much resistance, because we're literally fighting our unconscious mind to do the things we say we want to do, but then unconsciously there's another need that is overriding our own will. And that's what we think about when we think about threats. So threats don't just take the form of physical harm, as I was experiencing when I was in Colombia. There's actually a few different versions of it, and they're probably more familiar than you might realize. So first is, yes, physical harm, we get that one. But second is, if you don't have much influence in the world, what does that mean? Well, that means you're not in control of your environment. You're vulnerable to the way that things are going. You can be taken advantage of, and that impacts your own survivability. The next is if you have limited resources, right? If you don't have resources, well, then you don't have the food, the water, the shelter you need to meet your basic necessities, and therefore, obviously, your survival is compromised. And the last one is relationships and belonging, right? So if we don't have these close relationships, people that care about us, well, when we're hurt, when we're sick, when we're otherwise incapable, we don't have those people that will pick us up, that will take care of us for us. And of course, that affects our long-term survival as well, right? All of it maps back to our unconscious mind's one need, which is survival. Which is why we pursue the opposite side of the spectrum. So instead of feeling like we don't have these resources secured, our unconscious mind naturally desires the next phase of things, which is instead of physical harm, we want safety. Instead of having little influence, we want power. Instead of not having the resources that we need to survive, we want money, because that helps us buy the resources. And instead of feeling like we don't belong, we desire status, right? And all of these are natural pursuits, natural things that the mind wants. And that's the thing, is we've created this contrast, which is we have our current reality as it currently exists, and we have this desired ultimate survival state. And that's what the unconscious mind is naturally motivated to achieve, that unconscious perfect situation. So our natural motivation takes us as close as possible to that. And everything that isn't exactly that, our mind determines to be a problem. And that's where problems come from. And that's why we're talking about this related to offers, because you probably heard it. It's the best offer you could have. We got to solve someone's problem. This is the unconscious psychological reason why it is all in service of our overall survival. But taking the business hat off for a second, let's just talk about what an offer is overall, because we're talking about it very specifically. This happens every single day. An offer is just a way that someone can get help with the problem, right? So you can offer a helping hand. Why? Problem is, can't carry what they have. You can offer a ride. Why? They don't have the transportation. Problem. And notice, what you do is when you're offering a way for someone to get help with the problem, you're just giving them an option. If they're experiencing a problem, then you can say, hey, here's something that might work for you. Consider it, try it. And what that does is it gives them the agency and choice to say, you know what, I'm gonna take you up on that offer, or not. And that's one of the most important energies that we need to have when it comes to presenting offers, is sales is actually service. Sales is a way to help someone. And if you're so attached, or they have to want my offer and my thing, well, maybe you're not solving the right problem. But taking it a step further, we don't want to just have offers. We want to be effective in the way that we are of service, the way that we do help people. So let's talk about the ingredients of a good offer, because we can stack the deck in our favor a little bit. A good offer is a way for a specific person to get help with a big problem, right? And again, if we go back to that contrast, the bigger it is between where you're at and where you know you can be and your unconscious mind desires, that bigger separation creates more motivation. It's considered to be a bigger problem. Or if your current reality, you're dissatisfied with it, it's inconvenient, you're frustrated, you're agitated, there's a pain associated with it, that's going to lead to more motivation to overcome that problem. That's what we need to find when we are trying to put together good offers. And I want to share 2 examples of how I had a okay offer in my life. I was able to get feedback and incorporate these 2 different principles to actually improve the way that people received it. And that's why it's called Offerlab, because you have to experiment. You have to figure out what's going to work over time. It's not going to work on the first attempt. So in a past life, I was in a sports recovery technology startup called RecoverX. We invented that knee brace that you see on my friend in that picture there. It's completely electric cold and heat therapy, first of its kind technology. I was the marketing guy. So I figured, okay, who are the people that kind of want this thing? Recovery tech, probably an endurance athlete, maybe someone who's a CrossFit or a triathlete. What's the problem that they're experiencing? Well, they have this PR that they have in mind, desired result, and they're not getting there. So maybe an improved recovery device will help them to train harder, get that PR, and improve their results. We started getting traction when we changed the offer. When we changed the problem we were solving, we got more specific with the person we were helping. And that's when I started identifying the chronic pain market and people recovering from surgery. Because think about their problem. They're not trying to just get a better PR. They were trying to restore their livelihood, their mobility. How much more painful is that for them to experience? How much bigger of a problem? How much more motivated are they to be able to solve that? And because we got more specific with the person we were helping, and we solved a bigger problem, we were able to position this as a pre-order campaign, sold 250 units in 4 days, and position the company for an acquisition. So we sold that company. Another thing I do on the side, I have a nonprofit called For Purpose Foundation, is we actually organize a Veterans Day campaign called Burpees for Vets. It's this fitness fundraiser where people do 1 burpee for every $1 that's donated to their campaign. So on Veterans Day, people do thousands of burpees. That's an entirely different problem. What's wrong with them? That's not the problem I'm talking about. They have a problem, right? We had so much success with the people that were doing this. They were like, hey, how do we take this on a corporate scale. Like, what is the next step to get us within businesses? So then that's when I was like, all right, cool, let's talk to HR leaders, business leaders, figure out how do we solve their problem. It's Veterans Day. They're going to want some PR campaign, some exposure, something to say to their clients who are veterans, their employees who are veterans. So that was the problem to solve was, hey, here is your Veterans Day strategy. And I got a lot of head nods, a lot of interest, but no follow through because that problem was nowhere near significant compared to the other things that those business leaders were facing. So they didn't take action on it. It wasn't a hot enough problem. But then we figured out within those organizations, this decision was being delegated down to the Veteran Employee Resource Group. So these are volunteers who are veterans themselves, who have a full-time job, and now they're expected to lead this Veterans Day strategy, and they don't have the time because they have a full-time job, and they don't have the budget because they're not given it to by corporate, yet the entire company is looking to them to figure out, what are we gonna do on Veterans Day? So that's where we presented the right perfect offer. Hey, we've got this plug and play campaign, no time, no cost, do all the work for you. This is your strategy, what do you say? And that's how we were able to partner with groups like Salesforce and Uber and Oracle and Bain & Company and other corporations. And over the course of the last few years, we've raised over $800,000 for veterans. Thanks, cool, yeah. Yeah, it's meaningful work. And Veterans Day is coming up, so if you want to do burpees, let me know. All right, and why does this matter for you, right? So this whole idea, okay, specific person, big problem, why does this matter for you as someone who's joining Offerlab? Well, there's two reasons. First is, as you're deciding what offers you are creating and selecting, remember to come back down to the fundamentals, solving a problem. So if you're creating an offer, this is offer 101, you've heard it today. How do you identify that person who's experiencing a certain problem that you are qualified to introduce the vehicle of their transformation, right? So that's the creating offer side. On the selecting offer side, now this is a first of its kind marketplace. You get to figure out who are the type of people in your network, in your audience, around you that you want to help. How do you get to connect them to potential solutions? And the thing is, you don't need to build those solutions. You get to partner with experts, people who've dedicated their life to solving that problem, and you just facilitate the introduction. You get to invite them to say, this might be something that helps you if I understand your problem. And that's where Offerlab becomes this incredible explosion of an opportunity because you get to borrow the authority and the opportunities and the experience of other people and their credibility and their platform, and you get to borrow that. And the second side is also on the offer side, but it's actually a bit more of an expansion into how do you sequence your offers, right? Because what happens is, yes, you solve someone's problem, you make that invitation, a way for someone to get help, they accept your offer. That doesn't mean all of their problems are gone, right? What that means is now a new problem pops up, one that they didn't expect or predict. And if you can be empathetic and proactive and thoughtful around what might that next problem be, and how can I introduce a way for them to get help with it, now you're starting to stack your full funnel, right? And that's what we need to do, is be thoughtful about skating to where the puck is going, as Wayne Gretzky puts it. Your positioning isn't where the game is right now. For upsells and funnel building, you need to think through where the game is headed, and you position yourself against that. The way that I myself am using the Offerlabs platform is I have identified that problem for people. So I'm dedicated to helping people follow through on their best intentions, regardless of all of the resistance and their unconscious minds' attempts to slow them down. So I know, and there's some crazy statistics on it, which is a lot of people buy courses, programs, coaching, communities, but don't do the work. They don't follow through. So they might have this problem in their mind, which is, hey, you know what? Yeah, I've been down this path before. It didn't work for me. I don't know if I'm cut out for this whole self-education thing. And the reason is because they didn't have the time management skills and the accountability that they needed to actually incorporate this new commitment in their life. And so when I can come in to say, hey, cool, you just bought a course. You're excited about this program. You're going to get that result that you were just sold on, that you just believed in. What needs to happen next for you to actually follow through on that? Cool, let's work together. 21-day challenge. Here's your time management skills. Here's your accountability. Let's get you autonomous so now you're taking action at the whole next level, right? That's a perfect upsell for someone who's just finished a course, right? So that's, again, how I'm thinking about using the Offerlabs platform. Now coming back to the core theme here, the evolutionary psychology. So what did we cover, right? First is What is an offer? An offer is just a way for someone to get help with the problem. We don't need to have this sales, let me close them energy. You're being of service. You're trying to be helpful. The reason why it's important for us to be helpful is because people have problems everywhere they go every single day. And if we have a potential solution for them, we can just invite them into that thing. Our evolutionary psychology. It is trying to keep us exactly where we're at in our comfort zone. And that is every single one of your prospects, every single offer you put out, that person is going through the exact same thing. So understanding that we need to know that there is a deep, burning problem they're experiencing, that will be the core motivation that gets them into considering your offer because it's a pain that they want to alleviate. And the psychology of it then leads them to taking action. Of course, you can then upsell, introduce them to more ways to get support, and continue on from there. So I wish you all of the best of luck with your Offerlab journey. I am excited to be on it with you, and thank you for your time. Hopefully that was helpful.
Let's give it up for Brian Ford. Awesome job. Great job. Good stuff. Oh man, we were diving deep there into the psychology of offers. What makes people tick? This is just solving problems, right? And there's no better place to go help people solve those problems than right here. Click the link and make sure you're getting in there. Make sure you're putting your offers out there and you're also promoting other people's offers. So good. What I love this too is a specific person help them with a big problem. Consider what their needs are and everything else when selecting offers. There's a lot of offers. Here's the problem. If you go out there without knowing who you need to serve and why they need those certain offers, just picking an offer to try to make money is probably not the best strategy. So consider this stuff. You guys are getting absolute gold nuggets. Remember, if you have a gold nugget, make sure you're typing nugget into the chat. We're having fun today. All right, we're going to keep this thing going. Our next speaker is kind of a cowboy. Actually, I don't even know if that's true, but it works for the bit, right? So here's what we're going to do. When we welcome him to the stage, you're going to take your cowboy lasso and you're going to actually help pull him onto the stage. Well, I'm going to, but you can pretend that you're going to, all right? And then all of you are going to do what? You're going to stand up and go absolutely crazy for Josh Rosenberg. Here we go. Josh Rosenberg is going to teach us how to use AI to build a team that can make you insanely successful, even if you've never hired a freelancer, contractor, or employee. Let's welcome to the stage, Mr. Josh Rosenberg. All right, buddy. Go get him.
Thank you. All right, what is going on, everybody? How's it going? For anybody that doesn't know me in here, my name is Josh Rosenberg. I created my very first offer in 2007. I launched on ClickBank. It shot to the very top of the marketplace where it stayed there for about 6 months. I then grew that to the #1 adult education company in the country 5 years in a row before selling it off to an investor. After that, I was hired to run marketing and copywriting and entire marketing teams and CMO for tons of different companies in over 36 different niches, both online and traditional corporate and charities, medical research, you name it. In this end, my work has generated well over $150 million in just frontline revenue alone, which was pretty cool. And then November 2022 happens and ChatGPT comes out. And within a day or two, there's 1,000 experts out there. God knows how they did that. And I realized that there's a lot of really smart, clever marketers out there showing some tips and tricks and strategies that they discovered that were pretty good. But I felt like I was missing a foundation. So I got my AI from MIT in business strategy. And now that brings us to today, where I do a lot of working with different kinds of companies to train their entire teams across different departments, building them out entire funnels, and coming up with fully custom AI solutions. So, why is today's training so crucial? Well, when I was asked to prepare this, I knew that the skill level of everybody here is going to be across the board. There's going to be some people like who are in this room who are absolute experts and have made a ton of money over the years. There's going to be people that are going to be streaming this, like you guys, who maybe are just getting started. You don't have any offers out there yet, and this is your first time experiencing anything like this. So I wanted to come up with something completely original, something that could help all of you and help everybody in this room equally, which was a little bit tough. I also wanted to come up with an idea that I didn't think anybody else would be talking about, but it's something that is so important because when you get it right, when you're getting started, you will grow very fast, and it's something that will stick with you for many, many years. Oops, There we go. This is something that will fit businesses of all sizes. So whether you're a solopreneur, whether you have a big team around you, whatever it is, this is going to fit in with your team. And this was not possible until AI. You're going to see in a moment that because of how the market has changed, because of AI, there are certain things that just were not feasible to do before, and now they are. So I want this to be one of the most valuable lessons I can teach you because it's just going to help you grow rapidly fast. So as soon as you're on Offerlabs and you start getting your offers ready, this is going to help you get there faster. This is going to help you find partners to collaborate with, more affiliates to help you out more. It's going to help you to grow in every possible way. I can promise you that nobody else is teaching this because I came up with this on my own, and I've really only shared this with a small group of students. So I know none of them are teaching this. A lot of them are corporates. So this is totally outside of their world. But that means that you're going to be some of the very first people to ever see this. So a client of mine, they're one of the largest national clothing retailers in the world. They were struggling. They were struggling hiring the right people. They've been around for decades. And all of a sudden, they're having trouble bringing in quality people into their team. They needed people from every department, from marketing to developers to community outreach to creatives to pretty much everything, HR, you name it. They needed different people because companies have turnover. And they just were not getting people that were the right fit no matter what they tried. And the CEO's acting like this is generational. He thought that this is Gen Z and nobody wants to work hard. And that was just absolutely not true. The reason that they weren't getting good candidates is because they were using the old methods for how you try to go about hiring and finding the right candidates, and those methods simply are not effective anymore. It is way too easy to fake this. And as I've been saying with many other clients of mine, this is something that they all face. I wrote here that I think 99% of business owners will face this. I think the number's probably a little bit higher because it's something that at all times, it doesn't matter if you're just bringing somebody in for a day. You're asking a designer to create you a logo or something very tiny. This is going to be something that trips a lot of people up. And if this is your very first time hiring a freelancer or a contractor, this is going to set you up for a lot of frustrations and failure if you're not prepared. If you are, forget it, your business will explode. But most people will not be prepared for this. And when you're just getting started, that puts you in a very vulnerable state. So today I'm going to show you how to build the world's best team of employees, partners, freelancers, contractors. All of this is what is working right now in 2025 and will continue to work for many years to come. So I want you to look at this as something as maybe I'm just getting started, maybe I'm just putting my very first offer out there, and I want you to kind of picture yourself years in the future. If you start with the right habits now, you will get to that end goal much, much faster. So it doesn't matter, like I mentioned, if your entire team is just you and let's say your significant other, your friend, or somebody that has some skill that you want to partner that works well with yours. Maybe you're finding somebody on a site like Upwork or Fiverr. That's fine. Treat every single person that you work with as a team member. And what you're going to find is maybe you just need somebody to create a YouTube thumbnail picture. And when you bring in the right person, they're going to knock it out of the park. Well, before you know it, now they're doing all of your YouTube thumbnails. Maybe they're then doing all of your graphic design. So just because you're starting with somebody for a small project doesn't mean that it's going to stay small. And as you grow, the right people will grow with you, and they're going to want to work to make your business successful because that makes them successful. So if you're not prepared, building the right team can feel impossible. I know, I've been there. I'm looking around. Everybody in this room has been there at one point or another. Unfortunately, because of AI, candidates can now use tools to write professional cover letters and resumes, and it doesn't matter if they're qualified or not. It really doesn't. They're going to come out looking qualified, and then you're stuck. On top of that, they're mass applying. They can go on, if you post up a job on somewhere like Upwork or Fiverr, what you're going to find is an hour later, you're going to have dozens, if not over 100 people applying. That is a huge pain to deal with. then comes the next problem, which is actually selecting who we're going to want to talk to and how do we interview them. I know from working with large corporates, they have entire trainings dedicated to just interviewing employees the correct way. If you're not in that room for those trainings that they've spent a fortune to conduct, you're kind of out of luck. You don't know what you don't know, and that will come back to bite you. You need to understand how to ask the right questions, the ones that really test people, how to spot red flags. Otherwise, you're just kind of guessing and hoping that this person will work out. So we're going to be building a very methodical approach today. And believe me, if you're just starting out, you cannot do everything yourself. I know that it's hard, especially if you don't have a lot of money to get started with. You want to kind of do everything yourself to cut corners, to try and save some cash. But the reality is you're not good at everything. None of us are. If you're not super tech savvy, getting your tech stack set up can be a week's worth of headaches and problems. Setting up your email autoresponder, writing your copy, doing your graphic design, creating your 3D box art covers. Nobody is good at all of that stuff, especially in the very beginning. These are skills we can learn, but they take years. So rather than spend a week pulling our hair out, wanting to just put a gun between our teeth, bringing somebody in to help us with this, who can do this in a couple of hours, can be one of the best decisions we make. Not only will it get the job done right, but it gets the job done faster, and it keeps us much more motivated because we see things moving forward, and now we've got more energy and more vigor to want to really launch. So let's talk about these AI filtering tools that are popping up everywhere. A lot of times when you post up on job boards, they've started out with the more professional ones like the Ladders and LinkedIn, but now they're moving to sites like Fiverr and Upwork, and they say, hey, just pay us a few dollars, and we're going to help filter through the candidates. We'll find the ones that don't match up, and we're going to eliminate them for you so you don't have to waste your time. And there's a huge problem with that. They're a complete waste of time. Don't ever use them. I will never co-sign on them. I don't think anybody should, because they prioritize formatting over substance. They want to reward people for keyword stuffing their applications and their resumes. They don't care if you've actually done the work and have real experience. They just want to see that you've gamed the system. The worst part about all is that they routinely filter out the best, most qualified employees as a result of this. The people that could actually make a difference to your bottom line and grow your business, they're just discarded. This happens all the time. So please, if nothing else, just do not ever use those filtering tools ever for any reason. Today, I'm going to give you the exact AI-powered hiring solution that my national clothing retailer paid me $25,000 to create for them. Please take pictures, take screenshots. There's going to be 3 prompts that we're going to be going over that solve this entire problem for us, and I want you guys to have it. So, step 1. This is pretty easy. Anytime you need to hire somebody, you start with the job posting. You will write in the responsibilities, the roles, the requirements. That's pretty much the standard formula for writing any kind of job posting. And this is also why now in 2025, we get so many unqualified leads that flood in. People will see a generic job posting and they're going to think to themselves, you know what, why not? Maybe I'll apply, who knows, maybe I'll get the job. So now you're stuck with tons of people that do not meet the qualifications, that are just wasting your time. So our goal for creating a job posting is going to be a little bit different. We want to create a posting that scares the living hell out of the wrong people. We want them to run away and think that this is way above them. But for the right people, they're going to come in and they're going to see this and say, I absolutely need to apply, because this is the next logical step for my career. So here's what that prompt looks like. Rewrite the job posting so it instantly filters applications, makes unqualified candidates feel so intimidated that they're scared to apply, make top-tier candidates feel like this is the next ideal step for their career. Keep the standard structure, role responsibilities and requirements, use bold, no fluff language, make requirements hyper-specific so only the best fit feel qualified to even apply. Position the role as challenging, but the best option for career advancement for the right proven achievers. Every line should either repel the wrong candidate or bring in the right one. Then you just place your job posting under it, you paste it there, and it will rewrite it for you, and that's your new job posting that we're going to be using. So when my corporate client did this, they had 23% fewer unqualified candidates, 18% more qualified, and half of them were hyper qualified, meaning that their skills were way above what we needed or even dreamed of, but they were still within our price range. So now we're getting to hire and work with people so much better than we thought we would. I did this for my business. I had the exact same results. And that small group of people I shared this with, they were all beginners. They had the same results, and many of them were able to launch their first offer within a couple of days. Step 2, great. We've got all these applications coming in and all these people that are applying. How about sorting? We don't have days or half a week to sit there and sort through all these applications and try to figure out who is actually worth it and who's not. So that brings us to our next prompt. Use the criteria in the job posting to screen resumes from the attached files. Prioritize candidates who show the strongest qualifications, relevant experience, and proven achievements. Rank candidates from most to least qualified, factoring years of experience, skills, and alignment with the role's requirements. Ensure compliance with data privacy laws, and flag any candidates who are close to meeting the criteria for manual review. This means we're now getting a list from top to bottom. The most qualified people will be up here, the least qualified at the bottom. We don't need to look at those. It's going to then notify us who it thinks are absolutely perfect for this role. So we've now just taken what could be a day or two's worth of work and boiled it down to about 30 seconds, and we have a much more accurate way of ranking and qualifying people. So we no longer waste our time. We are only going to be focusing on interviewing the right candidates. All right, so now we've gotten all of our applications. We're scheduling our interviews. We know that we're going to be talking to very qualified people, no matter what the role is. And right now, what I see all the time on platforms like Upwork is people use the little text chat feature and just ask a few simple questions. Can you do this job? Have you done similar jobs? How long do you think it'll take? And that's a terrible approach. First, the people that you're speaking to like that, they want to make money. I've found more times than not, people just flat out lie. So we don't want to deal with that. There's nothing stopping them from taking your questions, going into ChatGPT, and pumping out the perfect answer. And 3, it doesn't actually test anything. We don't see how they work under pressure. We don't see how they think about the problem and how they actually approach it, which means we don't know how they're going to actually help our business. So here's what we do instead. Step 1, just Google the top 10 interview questions for whatever the role is. That's fine. These are easy questions. I don't care. We're going to let the candidate relax, talk about themselves, their background, past projects. That's fine in the beginning. Number 2, this is the most important. Do not use the text features in sites like Upwork. Get off of that. Go on Zoom, Teams, Google Meet. I don't care. What we want is face-to-face. We don't want to give this person the opportunity to start looking up or using ChatGPT to find the perfect answer. We want real-time, honest answers from them so we can see a little bit more about who they are. And really, the easy questions that we Googled, those are just the warm-ups. Once they're comfortable, this is where we're going to turn up the heat. Our next prompt is going to separate the real-life experts and the people that can actually help us from people that are BSing us and are just wasting our time. This is really the part that makes all the difference in the world. So here's that prompt. Using the job description below, generate a list of advanced, thought-provoking interview questions that only a truly qualified candidate would be able to answer well. The questions should test problem-solving abilities, domain expertise, and how the candidate thinks through real-world challenges. For each question, also provide the purpose of the question so we know what it reveals about the candidate. Examples of strong answers. This way we can check their answers against ones that we already know are strong. And 3, red flags to watch out for so we can tell who's not going to be right for us. Avoid generic interview questions. Hey, we already did that with Google. Focus on questions that separate top performers from average applicants. So by using this approach, we've now intimidated the wrong people away from ever applying in the first place. Ranked everybody so we know that we're only ever going to talk to the top candidates. And 3, we have a proven methodical method for interviewing that will actually get us exactly what we want. We will know who is going to really drive our team, who is going to be wasting our time, and we no longer have to worry about making bad decisions. And when you're just getting started, I don't have time to finish all this, but essentially, when you're just getting started, you don't have the resources or time to start over. And if somebody is wasting your time, do you have the bandwidth and do you have the money to just erase a couple of weeks worth of work and hope that we can do better next time, that the next candidate will do right? Or do we want to know ahead of time? So that's really all the time I got for you today. There was a couple more slides, but I think I just summarized everything up for you right there. Thank you all very much.
Josh Rosenberg. Thank you so much. Great job. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. Hey, one of the biggest things that I took from this one is how much time you save and how much more effective it is just to do that one thing in hiring is to repel the wrong people. That is just as important as attracting the right people. Great job. This was absolutely fantastic. All right, we're going to keep this party going with our last speaker of the day. Are you ready? And before, make sure you're going to the link right here and getting into Offerlab. You have to be there. All the cool kids are hanging out in there. Go check it out right here in the lab, right? Okay, our next guest, here's what we're going to do. You guys all seen Wolf of Wall Street? You guys know Matthew McConaughey in that one? Do you remember the pew, or whatever it was? I don't know, something like that. That's what I want you doing at home, okay? But everybody here, you're going to stand up and go crazy. That's how we're going to welcome our next guest to the stage. We're going to give him the Wolf of Wall Street, okay? Here we go. At 15 years old, Josh Gavin created his very first funnel. Now, at only 23, he has personally architected over 700 Ascension offers for both experts and affiliates. Today, he's going to reveal his proven secrets for building the highest converting upsell pages inside Offerlab to dramatically increase your commissions. Let's welcome to the stage Mr. Josh Gavin. Here you go.
Alrighty, what's going on, guys? Super excited to share with you guys this training because I'm going to reveal 4 simple steps. And who here likes easy to understand lessons? So say 1 in the chat. I know it's classy. You got to drop a 1 in the chat. We're in a marketing event. 1 in the chat. Easy to understand. I'm going to give you 4 steps. And each step, it's 1 word. And the reason why I'm going to dumb this down a little bit is because the last presentation of the day, I understand you heard a lot of valuable things. Some of you guys might be feeling tired, but I really need you to lock in and focus up because this is going to dramatically increase your results in Offerlab because I'm going to share with you the 4 psychological triggers that will make upsells feel like a no-brainer yes. And guys, upsells are needed. In Offerlab, the amount of commissions you get paid, the amount of money you make in Offerlab is heavily dependent on your upsells. You're not just selling one product. When you connect multiple products in your funnel, right, you don't just want someone to buy one thing. We want to make as much money off one customer as possible. And so this is going to make the difference between your affiliate commissions, just barely covering that coffee habit of yours, and actually, getting life-changing paydays that allow you to quit your day job. Now, for a lot of you guys here, chances are you've opened up your Offerlab account, or you got inside there, and you're looking at this sea of offers that are in front of you. There's so many good ones. And you could just promote it with just a click of a button, right? They've done the hard work for you. It's just sitting right there. But here's what happens next. And this is honestly the point where most people get stuck. And I know this because I've personally sat down on Zoom with over 700 people just like you and helped them build their offers, so I know this. But this is where people get stuck, right? You're sitting at your computer, you're excited about all these opportunities, but then that familiar feeling creeps in, right? Your stomach starts to tighten a little bit. And with so many opportunities come so many choices. And the truth is there might be too many choices. We're in a day and age where we have so many things available to us at just the click of a button. And so you're just staring at your screen, scrolling through offer after offer, and that voice in your head, starts going, what if I pick the wrong one? What if I pick the wrong offer? What if I set up my first funnel and it's the wrong one? What if nobody wants it? You might be thinking, what should my order bump be? I saw Russell say I can click the first one, and then I can add another product and another one, but should this one go here? Should it go at the end? Or you might be thinking, okay, which upsell makes the most sense? I've never been in this market. What does my customer actually want? I'm new to this. Or, and this is a big one, and this is where most people slip up, how do I explain to people why they need this next product without sounding like a sleazy car salesman? Who here hates feeling salesy, right? Who here hates feeling like you're pushing or you're salesy? Look at all the hands are up. Come on, guys. No one likes to go to a dealership and someone's being all sleazy. You don't want to be on the phone with someone, they're pushing you, or you're like, why do I need this? And so here at Offerlab, we're not going to do that, okay? We are not going to be sleazy marketers. We are not going to be shoving things down people's throats without giving them a good reason. We are going to do things in an ethical way that is best for the customers. Everyone on the same page with that? Go ahead and say yes in the chat. We're all good. Russell has done it. Russell's done it for us. He's been ethical, so it's up to us to do the same thing. And so, again, you click through one after offer after another, and then 3 hours later, you're still clicking around. Some of you guys here, you're probably like, oh, Josh, you're talking right to me. And see, guys, you need to understand that you no longer have the problem of what to sell. Before you came to this event, you were like me when I was 15 years old in my parents' basement, looking at ClickFunnels, amazing software in front of me, wondering what to sell. But now that's not the problem. The real problem is what to sell in what order. It's the order in which you sell things, because you need to know Offerlab has amazing offers available to you, and so we need to figure out how to introduce these products in a way so that your customers actually want to buy more. Who here wants your customers to not just buy one product, but 2, 3, 4, even 5 products in just one go? Well, that's what I want to show you here today, because not many people want to tell you this, but you can have the best products in the world, but if you present them in the wrong way, people get confused. People get confused. And when people get confused, they don't buy. Who here's ever been on a webinar, or maybe you've been at an event, and you don't even know what they're teaching. You're like, okay, I'm 30 minutes in, maybe 60 minutes in, they get to the pitch, and you don't buy because you don't know what you just heard. All right, go ahead and say yes in the chat. Look at that. Kaylee's saying yes. We have all been there. I've been there. There's been so many times I've been there. And so for your customers, you have to understand that this is possible too. And you need to know that when people are confused, they don't buy, and when they don't buy, you don't get paid. It's that simple. And so the next 17 minutes, I'm going to fix that problem, because I'm going to show you exactly how to sequence your upsells so your customers actually get excited to buy more from you. And by the end of this training, you'll discover the 4 psychological triggers, which, remember, they're easy. I know psychological is a big word, but again, it's just one word for each step, so you can do this, so that your upsells feel like a no-brainer. And just to show you just some proof, because I love proof. One of my friends and mentors, Jason Fladden, was texting me the other day, and we were talking, and he's always like, you got to add proof whenever you're doing a presentation. So I went into one of the mini offers we're running right now, took a screenshot of our ClickFunnels right here, and you can see here, I've got 2 things highlighted. We have the top one, that's my order bump. That's normally the second product in which customers see in your funnel. And right now, we have it converting at over 60%. 60%. Now, if you look down below that, we have another upsell, upsell 1, which is converting at 47%. This is cold traffic. They've never heard of us before, and it's crushing. And just to give you some benchmarks, after consulting, again, over 700 people, I see the numbers. The average order bump for someone who's just starting out or maybe is an advanced marketer is 25 to 30%, and we're at 60, using what I'm about to show you. And the upsell, the average would be like 20, 25%. Maybe if you're as good as Russell Brunsen, you get to 40, 50, 60. Yes, that's possible, but right here, we're close to 50%, but on average, it's 20%. And so what I'm going to share with you works, and if you don't add this, then don't be surprised if your conversions start to drop. Now, I understand it's been a long day, you've heard a lot of different things, and so I have a gift for you at the end of this. I took my notes, I sat down that I was writing out throughout this whole week, and you can just scan a QR code, and I just have a GPT, I just threw it in ChatGPT. It's nothing fancy, nothing crazy, but it's all my notes, and it's just gonna help you apply everything I'm gonna share with you today. Who here wants it? Who wants a free gift? Just a ChatGPT, it's gonna tell you what to do. It's gonna tell you to follow the steps. So honestly, if you wanted to, you could fall asleep right now and use this later and be good, but please don't. I don't wanna see people sleep on camera. That does not help my ego. But if we haven't met yet, just real quick, my name is Josh Gavin. I'm 23 years old. I'm married to my best friend of 8 years, Lucy, who's sitting out here in front of me. And we live in Minnesota. And like I said, I do a lot of consulting. And so we have 5 brands right now I consult, all doing over $5 million a month with informational products like the ones you're selling. And so I live and breathe low-ticket offers. I love it so much. And upsells, I bought the domain lowticketoffers.com because I love them. And so I'm excited to share this with you here today. Now, before we get into the training, going to the simple steps, we need to understand the history of what's changed, because I want you guys to be the best. I don't want you guys to be behind. I want you to be ahead of things. And sometimes you can get behind just because you don't have up-to-date information. You don't know what's changed. But what's changed is 5 years ago, you could just slap a bunch of upsells. You can slap a bunch of upsells in a funnel, and people would just click them and buy them because it was new and it was exciting. Most people had never even seen an order bump before. We didn't have the tech. We didn't have ClickFunnels where you could just select that and put that in there. And so it was new and exciting. They would just click it and they would buy it, and it was like magic to them. But what's changed is back then they weren't aware of the sales process. Now they're aware of the sales process. And when people are aware of a sales process, what happens? Well, they resist it. If you know you're being sold to, what happens? You put up your guard. I'm not interested. This guy's being sleazy and salesy. They put up their guard. And so fast forward today, everything has changed. It's so funny that now on all of our ads, again, we're running dozens of offers in almost every market you can imagine. If you ask me in what market, I say, yes, we're in that. But we have comments like this where people are asking us, what are the upsells in the funnel? They're saying, hey, what are the upsells? We get customer support tickets saying, hey, just tell me, what is it? Is there 2, 3, is there a downsell? It's $197, split pay 2. God, and this isn't just a marketing industry. This is back pain. This is interior design. This is marriage offers. And so people are aware and they're resisting. They are getting sick and tired of people burning them out with upsells and downsells, so much so that they're just rejecting it all together. And they're annoyed and they're getting hit by it one after another. And so for you guys, we need to be aware of this so we can change that. And so what I want to do for you is I want to show you how to add one simple thing to all your offer pages, your Offerlab pages, that's going to remove that, okay? I'm going to show you how we're going to add a simple VSL, kind of like the one here. Obviously, your Offerlab page won't always look like this. This is just a funnel. But we're going to add a simple video to the top of your pages that's going to remove this confusion, that's going to remove this buyer's remorse, and they're actually going to welcome the products you're promoting instead. Who here wants their customers to be happy in your funnels and not annoyed? Look at all those hands. Wow, look at us. It's like we almost care about people. I love that. I love this room. That's amazing because I do too. Okay, so let's get into this. This is a 4-step framework. Step 1, we're going to affirm the customers. Step 2, we're going to agitate them. Whoa, agitate them, Josh. That doesn't seem nice. Just wait. Just wait. Step 3, we're going to reveal a solution. Step 4, we're going to close. Can you guys remember that? We got step 1, affirm. Step 2, agitate. Step 3, reveal. And step 4, we're going to close. Now, this is going to be used inside of a video, which is going to be on the top of your page. If you go to any of Russell's funnels right now, at the top of the page, there's a video. We like to call this a video sales letter, a VSL. Now, you could do a TSL, which is just a text sales letter, but let's do a video. Let's do a video at the top. So let's talk about what's going to go inside this video. Step number 1, we're going to affirm the customer. So at this step here, the moment someone buys something from you, there's a war going on inside their head. Part of their brain is celebrating, but another part is already second-guessing their decision. Who here has ever bought something and it was like, oh my gosh, I gotta tell my wife I bought this, or oh my gosh, could I really afford this? Was it right? Oh, look at all his hands. I know it. I understand too. I was saying that. I'm like, oh, I gotta text my wife and let her know. But there's a war going on inside their head. They're excited, but they're a little scared. And so most people have no idea this is happening. We just think, we just gave them something awesome because we know our product, it's great. But we have to understand what our customers are going through. And so there's a war going inside their head and we need to affirm them. So here's what you want to do. Immediately after the buy, you want to tell them they made a smart decision because they did. If your product's good, which I hope it is, and obviously any of the offers that Russell's letting on Offerlab, they're going to be good products. We're not letting any of these bad products on there. So it's a good product, so we need to reward them and say, hey, you just did something good. And you want to separate them from everyone else. We want to affirm them. And so let me just give an example of how this will work with a fitness offer. So let's say someone just bought your 30-day dumbbell workout plan. Any gym bros out there in the chat, see a few of you guys. Let's say someone just bought your 30-day dumbbell workout plan, okay? Here's the example of what the script would look like. So you'd say, hey, congratulations, by investing and purchasing the 30-day workout plan, you just did something that 90% of people will never do. Most people will research workout routines forever and never actually commit to following one. But you're different. You are different. You did something smart. You're someone who takes action and invests in your health instead of just hoping things will change. Who here, even just hearing that just made you feel good? You're like, yeah, you didn't even buy it. And look at you guys, you're smiling. You didn't buy this. But hearing that, it affirms us. It makes us feel good. And so we want to hit them with that right away in your VSL. So after that happens, the next thing we want to do is we want to go to step number 2, which is agitate, okay? Now, instead of just showing them and celebrating their success, we need to help them understand that there's new problems that come with what they just purchased. And it's like this, when you start working out, it's awesome, right? You go to the gym, you're working out, it's great, you feel good. But now, and you guys know this, if you've ever worked out, your body is gonna start craving, the fuel, and then you might slip up and you wanna eat some food, you come home from the gym hungry and you start craving it, and you can start eating bad, and we know this, okay? So we know this is gonna happen for our customers who just bought this plan. So here's how we're gonna frame it. After we affirm them, we're gonna agitate them by revealing the next problem in front of them. So we're gonna say, hey, now that you have your 30-day transformation workout plan, you're gonna run into one of two situations, okay? Either you'll work out consistently, but wonder why you're not seeing the results as fast as you want to because you're not eating the right foods at the right times, or you'll see some progress, but then you'll hit a plateau because your nutrition isn't aligned with your workout intensity, okay? And so here, we're saying like, hey, what you got is great, but let me help you. I'm here to help you and let you know what's gonna happen in the future, right? What's gonna happen in the future? And so we just let them know. Now, the third step is now that they understand what the problem is, we need to reveal a solution. You don't wanna just agitate your customers and not give them a solution, so we need to reveal the solution. But inside of your upsell, you don't just wanna reveal the product right away. You don't wanna be like, hey, there's a problem, now buy my thing, right? Sometimes you go to pages and all of a sudden you just purchase something, maybe for a lot of money, and then you go to the next page and there's just a product mock-up, some copy, a button, they're like, they just want you to buy. You're like, what? You didn't even tell me what this is. Like, who are you? And so we don't want to do that. You want to lead with a story. Who knows that story sells? You guys read Expert Secrets, you've read any book, watched anything from Russell. He's always telling stories. Stories sell. And so you want to lead with a story of how this product came to be. Don't just say, it's here. How did this product come to be? Now, luckily for you, if you're an Offerlab, you all have a story you can use in your upsells. I'm going to give it to you. I came up with this the other day. I think it's great, but hey, tweak it, make it your own. But what you want to say is this. You want to say, hey, here's what happened. After we launch the workout plan, I started getting emails every single day of people asking the same question: what should I be eating to accelerate these results? And at first, I thought people just figured it out on their own, but then I realized something. And I realized that you guys, might struggle with the nutrition piece. And I get it, I'm just like you. I struggled in the same way, and so I had to do something about it. There you are coming and saying, hey, I had to do something about it. You're there for them, okay? And then we can go and say this. You wanna say, hey, I reached out to a creator who has the best meal planning system that I've ever seen. One that normally sells for $197. Again, this is just making this up as we go. And I've convinced them to let me offer it to you guys at a massive discount or here in my funnel. And how can we say this? Well, guess what? On Offerlab, how do you get approved to promote offers? You have to message people. So you are doing this. You have to go convince these people, hey, can I sell your products? And so guess what? You guys all have a beautiful story of you doing work for your customers, going out of your way to deliver them something amazing, and you can do it right now. So you say, hey, I told them, look, my people want this thing. Can we work something out? And after some back and forth, they agreed to let me do this. And so that's the story you want to use in this video. Again, I go through the script, you guys can screenshot that. But you see how that feels, guys? It's not like you're trying to sell them something. You're not trying to sell them something, you're trying to give them something. You're writing from a place of giving them something. And so step 4, this is the best part, this is where the money is made, it's the close. And so first off, you want to stack everything you get. Then you want to, you want to compare it to what it would cost them. Then you create urgency. Then you drop the price, and you remove all of the risk. And I have an example here of what this can look like. I'll put it on the screen. Go ahead and just screenshot that. I see some people in the chat. You're already doing it. Angelica, you are amazing. Look at all those beautiful screenshots of me and awkward faces in the Zoom chat. I love that. You screenshot that and share with them. And so just to recap, if you want to increase your take rate and your upsells, if you want to have the biggest commissions on the platform, if you want to be an affiliate that every offer owner wants on their team, you need to, step 1, affirm your customers. Step 2, you need to agitate them. Step 3, you need to reveal the solution. And step 4, you need to close. And that's how you create the highest converting upsells in Offerlab. Again, here's a free gift. You guys can just ask the ChatGPT. And thank you so much. Thank you, Russell. Thank you, Offerlab. Go crush it, guys. Excited to see your offers out there live.
Let's give it up for Josh Gavin. Great job. Awesome. Great stuff. Man, it just keeps getting better and better. And this is only day 2. We had that pre-day, then you had day 1 yesterday, day 2. Today, it keeps getting better. Awesome. One of my favorite things that I just took away from this was you could have the best product in the world, But if you present it in the wrong way, then people are going to get confused, right? And we know as direct response marketers what? That a confused mind always says, does anybody know? Everybody says no, right? Type no in the chat. Like if you're confused, type no, right? That's not going to buy. We want them to say yes. All right, cool. Everybody's piping in like Pam, Angelica, Sandra. Perfect. All right. Very, very cool. Well, it's come to that part of the day. You've taken a lot of notes. Some of you have 50 pages of notes. Anybody have more than 50 pages of notes? Come on. Is that even a real number? That's awesome. But more importantly than having the notes, like as far as like contextually, what do you now plan to do with what you've learned? That's what we want to focus in right now. So we're going to take 60 seconds right now to take what you've learned and now set intention. I want to make sure that you're going to write down at least one thing that you plan to do and then a timeline to actually do it. If that means that you're just going to get an Offerlab and find an offer to promote, then write that. Maybe it's going to be, hey, I'm going to make sure that I take advantage, right, of the offer so then I can go and do course secrets, for example. Or maybe it's I'm going to promote one offer, right? Or I'm going to put another, an AI $5 product in, right? Whatever it is for you, make sure that you're writing an intention and then a time frame to actually do that. So we're going to put 60 seconds on the clock for you to take your notes now and make them actionable. Seconds to go, 30 seconds to go. Seconds, 10 seconds. All right. Now the secret is taking that intention that you have and making it actually happen. You can do it. You just have to start, all right? Whether that's tonight, whether that's tomorrow morning, right? Whether it's over the weekend, whatever it is you need to do, make sure that you have an accountability buddy and you actually go out and do what you set in mind to go do. All right. So we're going to end with one more thing, but before we go, I just need to remind you what happens tomorrow. All right, so it's going to be 9 a.m. Mountain. What is that? I'll walk through all the time zones in the United States. It's going to be 8 a.m. Pacific. It'll be 10 a.m. Central, 11 Eastern. Got that? So 9 a.m. Mountain, 8 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern. Make sure that you're here. And the simple way to put that is same bat time, same bat channel. But before we go today, we're going to bring him up one more time. The man, the myth, the legend, Batman himself. Let's look, and I'm just going to have you go crazy this time, all right? Stand up and go crazy for the one, the only, Russell Brunsen! Any clicker?
Yeah. Oh man, what an amazing day 2 or 3 or whatever we're at today. Was it amazing or what? If you had a great time, say amazing in the chat. I want to see as many amazing as possible because I had a great time. I had a chance to sit in on pretty much everyone's talk today, and it was so amazing. So you're welcome for not charging you guys, because we could charge insane amounts of money for this, and you guys got it for free because you registered, because we love you, because we want you creating offers, driving traffic, blowing up your businesses, and so hopefully this has been super helpful to give you guys the tools, the ideas, the assets you need to be more and more successful inside of Offerlab. A couple really quick things. For VIPs, stay in the VIP room. We're going to be starting our special VIP session here in like 12, 13 minutes, something like that. If you're not a VIP yet and you want to be part of it, we've had 2 really, really cool VIP sessions. And so if you want to be, tonight we're going to be doing another VIP session. I think I have 4 or 5 of our top affiliates who are going to come on the platform, and I'm going to be asking questions about how they are doing the brokering, how they're getting people locked in to come into Offerlab, and so we can get some ideas about how to do that. Because a lot of you guys are very interested in, obviously, I talked this morning about the 4 ways to make money on the Offerlab platform: affiliates, offers, combo, and the broker. So I'm going to be asking questions about this, because all of them right now are brokering. They're getting people on the platform. And so I'm going to ask them about what they're doing, how they're doing it, to give you guys ideas on that. And I'm sure we'll get into some other conversations about these as well. But that's what we're doing in the VIP session. So it'll be for probably about an hour or so. And it gets started in about 15 minutes. So you're not a VIP yet, but you want to be, go to offerlablaunch.com/VIP right there. There's the link. And that gets you access to the VIP. It's $47, and you get replays of this entire event and the VIP sessions and all the other kinds of cool stuff that's happening. So that's it. And there's 4 or 5 other really cool VIP bonus upgrades. You probably saw those as well. Anyway, I'm sure it's all on that page there. But if you want to be VIP, come hang out. And then the last thing I'll say is, if you haven't joined the certification program yet, it's time to start hurrying, okay? I'm gonna start pulling some bonuses away and start making that offer less sexy and less sexy. Right now, it's the most sexy it's ever gonna be. And so if you are ready to become certified, get everything you need in there. I don't know if you guys can flip the link out for the certification one, but it is offerlablaunch.com/go, I think. Yeah, there it is. Can we pull up the slide here? Do you guys have it just in front of me? I can see kind of the page. When you go to offerlablaunch.com/go, oh, there's the page. So here, scroll down a little bit, if they're able to, hopefully. The other way, up a little bit, I guess. So these are all the cool things you guys know. Next week, we start live training. And the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go through the Offerlab launch. We gotta get your offer launched on the platform, which would be cool. Then from there, we're gonna switch into the affiliate playbooks, how to run it, all the ways to make money as an affiliate on the platform. Then we're gonna switch to the offer creator playbooks, which would be awesome. Then we're going to do the offer broker playbooks, and then course secrets is already in there. So if you don't have an offer yet, go through course secrets, teach you how to make your own course on the platform, and then this goes through how to get traffic. So all the things you guys need to be successful on platform, we're going to give you guys as part of the certification. On top of that, we're also going to bump your commissions up to the super affiliate status right out of the gate, as opposed to having to wait to get $100,000 in sales initially. So that's all the cool stuff. If you scroll down here, again, it's $497, which isn't that much money, especially considering the fact that that money's not going to me, it's going to the person who refers you here, okay? That's what we're doing. We're paying away 100% commissions, because this is not about me getting any money. This is about you guys being part of the platform. And what's cool about that is if you bring somebody else onto the platform and they upgrade for that, you get all the commissions as well. So you get one person sign up, you're break even. You get 2 people, you just doubled your money, which is really cool. So again, this is something we just wanted to have a certification, have some kind of criteria for you guys to jump in, so we can give you all this insanely cool training, upgrade your commissions. And so if you haven't upgraded yet, I would do it. Again, we're gonna start pulling some of these bonuses away. So this is the sexiest stack you're gonna see. Pretty soon we'll start pulling some of these things away. We'll get less sexy, and then some of you guys will be kicking yourselves this weekend like, I should have just done it. I knew I needed to, and I missed out on the coolest thing ever. So don't miss out, please. We're doing this for you. All right, so that's offerlablaunch.com/go. There's the go. All right. Other than that, you guys, I appreciate it. Hope you had a great time. Again, as Chris said, we're gonna meet back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Let's go. Throwing my cover as Batman. You guys are finding out. And then VIPs will get started here in 10 minutes-ish. Thanks, you guys, and we'll see you all tomorrow. VIP, see you in 10. Bye.